So I've always been a skeptic. I still am to this day. But this is one of those experiences that just stick. In October of last year, I visited Prague through my college. It was a great experience overall, with professional tour guides, walk through the city and such. First day we went to Prague Astronomical Clock, which is in the old town hall in the oldest parts of Prague. We got the internal tour, including the underground corridors, halls, and homes under the town hall. Beneath the old town hall lies a complex network of underground chambers and corridors. These underground spaces were created due to the natural sinking of the ground and the need for additional storage areas. Initially, the underground served as storage cellars for goods and supplies. While I was there, I initially didn't feel much of anything. I was slightly uncomfortable by the idea of basements or anything underground, as I always have been since I was a child. But as we ventured further into the corridors, we were told more information. I started to feel uneasy, more than usual. It felt like I was being watched intently and closely. That feeling you get when your boss is watching over you. That sense of anxiety of it all. That combined with a sudden taste of metal in my mouth freaked me out. And as I nudged one of my professors to see if I was alone in this experience, he simply said that he felt nothing and told me not to make a fuss over it. So I didn't. I kept quiet and ignored it. This was until we made it to the dungeon part of the tour. In the 17th century, during the reign of the Habsburgs, the underground chambers were used as prison cells. Political prisoners and criminals were incarcerated there, enduring harsh conditions. The most infamous section of the underground is known as the dungeon, where prisoners were held in cramped and dark cells. And when I tell you the instant sense of dread that fell over me before the tour guide had even told me what the room was, the air felt heavier than normal. I started to shiver, and my Apple Watch was telling me that my pulse was getting too high and that I should sit down. And although it might be a mixture of my prior nervousness, I kept seeing something out of the corner of my eye. Not in the, there's a person over there, but in the, there's something over there. Suddenly, the feeling of uneasiness became a fully fledged panic attack, and I had to leave the tour prematurely. I don't know if this was just me feeling uneasy or if there was something more to it. If anyone can tell me, please do. Okay, so this is my first time riding here. Since I'm a kid, I've been experiencing some paranormal things. The one thing that I want to tell you is one of my first real unexplained experience. It started when I was around 13 years old. Came back from school and I was living in an apartment at the second floor. Every day I used to take the elevator, walking with heavy backpack plus long day at school. But this day, even though I grabbed the elevator handle, I let it go. I never been able to tell why, but something deep inside me told me not to take the elevator that day. Nothing happened with it, so I just took the stairs. But when I arrived to the floor, in the door to the corridor, there was a small little, window, so you could see the stairs through it. It was kinda tall, so kids couldn't look through it. Don't know if that is clear. And I froze for a second, because I saw an old creepy man standing in the doorway looking at me, and then immediately thought it was someone visiting one of my neighbors. There were 4 other apartments on that floor. I'd never seen this man before, so I knew it was not one of my neighbors. I grabbed the handle and was about to say hi, but as soon as I grabbed it, the face completely vanished. For a long time, I thought it was hallucinations. But after that, I didn't tell anyone for years. Some weird stuff started to happen. Things even in the apartment. You can't debunk it. But I kind of tried to forget about it. forget his face looking gray and empty for 6 years later. Then my adorable nephew at age 1.5. When this happened, I was generally running in my house while we were in the pool. I hear my mom was checking on him. Then suddenly he walked backwards, pointing to the sofa, and started to cry. We immediately asked what's going on, and he asked who was the man under the sofa. Literally have goosebumps writing this. At first we thought he started to cry, but he said word for word, "But Mommy, there is an old man laying under the sofa." He's very advanced for his age, so he already started talking very well. 3 years later, the way he described him immediately reminded me that it looked like the man that I saw. Today I'm pretty sure that's the same person we both saw, but we don't know who it is. I'll be honest, my whole life I've been fascinated with the idea of ghosts, but I've never been able to convince myself that they're real until one day when I was 18. Me and my best friend from college went to stay at her dad's house for a couple days. He lived in the countryside outside of the city in a cottage. It was a really small town. They didn't even have shops. We'd been there for a few nights and everything was fine until the last night. We were both sharing a bed in the spare room. It was late, but we were chatting and we both heard the loudest crash. It sounded like all the dishes in the kitchen had fallen out of the cupboards. We both heard it, looked at each other completely frozen. We tried to convince ourselves it was something like the dishwasher, but we just couldn't relax, so we went to wake her dad up. To be honest, we were amazed nobody else had heard it. She had a younger sister, about 8 years old. He got up and we all went downstairs. Absolutely nothing. The kitchen was fine. The dishes were fine. Not a thing wrong in the house, but it didn't make sense because it was such a loud crash. We go back to bed, convinced ourselves we made it up. We must be exaggerating. About 15 minutes later, when her dad had fallen back asleep, we were both laying in bed, wide awake, but trying to sleep when we heard noises in the hallway. It sounded like somebody was just walking around, but we couldn't see under the door, no lights were on, and we would hear her dad snoring. Our room was next to the bathroom too, and we could hear that somebody hadn't just got up to go use the toilet. We're both absolutely petrified and convinced each other we need to open the door and see. We both grabbed weapons. I think I had a can of hairspray and she had a lamp. As we both go to open the door, we heard somebody whisper, "Stop." I swear to God, I nearly passed out. We both heard it at the exact same time because we both looked at each other in shock. We both hid under the blankets all night until it got light out and just slept on the drive home. I'm 26 now. I still think about it. I've never had an experience like that since, and I still don't know what to make of it. This happened 15 years ago. I was a college student, lived with my now wife and our dog in a one room together, with other students in another rooms. My girlfriend had to work one evening and she was to come back around midnight. I've had school the next day, so I went to sleep a bit earlier and I was in our room together with our dog. We slept. I was laying on the bed next to the wall, and on my right side was an empty bed placed for my girlfriend. Suddenly I woke up. I didn't sleep anymore. I felt the presence of something else in the room. I felt something very dark. I was laying on my back, then opened my eyes, and something threw me from my bed on the floor. I did a 180 an 80-grade flip and was on all fours on the ground. Then I saw in front of me, on the floor, a huge dark circle, and that something wanted me to fall inside of that dark circle. I didn't see that person. I only saw the dark circle and felt the power of something very strong that pulled me from my bed. I thought this has to be a demon that wanted me to fall into hell. I started to scream and cry very loud, and in that moment came my girlfriend inside the room, and then everything was gone. But our dog started to bark exactly on the spot where the dark circle was. He barked about half an hour and was very excited. This is absolutely 100% true. That was no dream, as I can remember everything and I was 100% awake at the time. I didn't do any drugs or alcohol. I've had bruises and scratches on my body. There is no way that I could alone jump from my bed, placed laying on my back, over one empty bed placed, and end on all fours without help. This scared me to death. Maybe something wanted me to do sins in my life and fall into that hole, which meant hell for me. That was the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I actually became a very religious person after this. So one night I was rudely awoken around 3 a.m. by the sounds of someone crying. That night, I fell asleep on the main floor living room couch. I thought it was one of my kids. I have 3 children sleeping on the main floor, so I lifted my head and listened for a few seconds. Sure enough, it sounded like someone crying very softly. As soon as I stood up, it stopped. I went walking towards the bedrooms to check on my kids, and everyone was definitely sleeping. I went to the bathroom after checking out everything, finished my business, and I started walking towards the door. Sure enough, the door slowly swung, fully opened. I froze, and I was kind of freaking out to myself, but there was no one around. I walked out and looked around, seeing nothing out of place. Went back to the couch and was thinking about what happened. Then I remembered 2 years ago, I was taking care of my sick mom full time before she passed in October 2021. The crying sounded like how my mom used to wake up and cry in the middle of the night. So I ended up more sad than scared and just went back to sleep. Hi all, I just want to preface with this. I swear to you that everything I'm about to tell you is real, at least to how I perceived it. But I'm a pragmatic person and generally want to debunk this. I'm asking for anyone's help who is a show or movie buff to please suggest if there's a show movie that exists similar to what I'm explaining, so I know what I experienced wasn't supernatural. I consider posting this in a "What's That Movie" thread, but I'm hesitant thinking that it would get taken down. This occurred around 2008. My brothers and I were watching Scary Movie 4 up until late hours of the night on Comedy Central until I eventually fell asleep. I woke up to a show where a man was sprinting through what appeared to be some sort of concrete shelter. I couldn't see most of his surroundings because it was pitch black. All I could see was where his flashlight was shining. I remember the man screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my effing God." He eventually found himself in a 4-way junction, or maybe a larger room. It's hard to remember. I do remember shadows swiftly moving around the guy, it eventually surrounding him. Then I heard something I'll never forget, a loud, high-pitched crackle. It felt like my TV went from a normal volume to its maximum volume immediately. In my bed, I tried to move or leave the room, but I was completely paralyzed. I looked around and saw shadows darting across the lower half of the walls by the TV in the corner of the room. Fortunately, I was able to pull the sheets over my head as the crackling continued. After what felt like eternity, I gained the courage to crawl out of the corner of my bed, hitting the ground. I then crawled to the door, where I saw my dad with a Bible in his hand. I immediately regained my strength and was able to finally sprint out of the room into our kitchen. Crying, I told him that I thought my older brother was pranking me, which made my dad very angry. However, he went into the room to turn the light on. I saw him pause. In my life, even now 10 years later, I'd never seen my dad frightened except for this moment. He just stopped. Out of curiosity, I peeked from behind my dad and saw that the TV had the show Family Matters on, with a family hugging each other. It wasn't until years later that my dad told me his side of the story. He was reading the Bible in the middle of the night since he couldn't sleep. He heard a TV getting very loud, so he decided to come turn it off. When he entered the room, he actually saw 2 cops in a cop car. One of the cops had no skin, just raw muscle. That cop had a giant grin on his face, turning over to smile at my dad until he saw the Bible in his hand. The cop seemed to immediately become terrified, and then the channel changed. This is all I can remember from that moment. It really bothers me that I cannot find the show or prove that this wasn't some weird supernatural event. Thanks for reading, and please comment if you have similar stories, or if you know what the show is called. Last night I couldn't sleep at all, which is fairly normal since I woke up. I work graveyard shifts, and it's pretty much turned me into a night owl. So even on my days off, I'm usually up all night long. So I'm up in bed watching a rom-com, laughing and in a great mood, and decided that I deserve to treat myself to the occasional drink. My bar is in my basement, which is fully finished and furnished. It's pretty much a man cave. I spent entire nights down there by myself, or with the gang, and nothing strange has ever happened. Anything creepy or weird down there was absolutely the furthest thing from my mind. I finish laughing my butt off and head down there. I go behind the bar, pour myself a drink, and head upstairs. But as I'm on the second to last step to the first floor, from behind me I hear, "Hey," coming from downstairs in the middle of the basement. It was an older man's voice in their 50s, I think. I know the house is empty except for me, and it scared the absolutely shit out of me. I looked down there, and nothing moved. No one spoke or came forward, and I freaked the fuck out. I jutted up the last 2 steps and slammed the basement door closed. I'm wondering, did I imagine that? Is there someone in my house? And as I stand there panicking, I hear the same man's voice coming from down in the basement, but muffled by the door. By the intonation, he asked a question, then continued to talk right after. He was talking to me. The question sounded something like, "Where are you going?" I couldn't make much out of it, especially what he said after that, but I was panicked, adrenaline pumping, and I said, "Fuck this shit." Someone broke into my house. I ran into the next room, grabbed my flashlight, my handyman baseball bat, and headed the hell back down there. Silence. Just silence. Slowly I turned on every light in every room down there, ready to bash some homeless man's head in. I'm sorry to all the homeless people, but nothing. Every nook and every corner checked in the basement is completely empty, except for me, except for my panicking and heavily breathing ass. I noped the fuck out of there, locked myself in my bedroom, and spent the next hour in crisis mode checking my basement cameras, which showed nothing, and no one except for me pouring myself a drink, and then coming back down there and running around like a madman with a bat a minute later. I went down to the basement this afternoon after I woke up, with my trusty bat in hand, and rechecked the whole place. Still, I found nothing. No one, just me questioning both my sanity and my reality. I know what I heard. The guy was pretty loud, and he was talking in my directions and at me. Even through the door, I heard him talking down there at me up the stairs. It seemed like he was trying to have a conversation with me. I've never had any kind of break-in. This is a very safe neighborhood, or any kind of remotely strange experience down there in 15 years here. Does stuff like this happen to people out of the blue? Or am I finally losing my ever-loving mind? I don't know what to do. Update. It happened at 1:50 a.m. At this point, I believe it is most likely paranormal. I think I'm going down there tonight to repeat the same exact process at the same time. See what happens. My curiosity's gotten the better of me, and I want to know what it has to say. If it's actually an intruder, I'm coming prepared this time, but it should still be very interesting. Update number 2. I've been down here from 1:45 a.m. until 3 a.m., walking around, asking and looking, and nothing. Part of me feels like it needs the darkness, or even just the element of unpredictability in order to manifest. Maybe it needs a buildup of energy which is discharged last night. So it's tapped out right now. No idea. I have nothing to show for it tonight, but don't say that I didn't try. Feel free to ask any further questions. I'll keep a keen eye on the basement. If anything happens now, you'll all absolutely hear from me. We've been living in our cute little house for almost 3 years. It's peaceful and cozy, but it's most definitely haunted. It started with noises coming from a spare bedroom that is used for a tattoo studio. Things would fall. We would hear crashing sounds or things sliding across the floor. When you'd go into the room, everything would look normal. We'd hear the occasional footstep on the stairs. Well, I'm home alone a lot. My fiancé works different hours and has a social life, and I like to stay in. I began hearing him calling to me when he wasn't home. It started off with me being downstairs. I would hear him call out to me, "Babe? Hey." I thought he came in through the side door and I didn't hear him, so I would answer. After I got no reply, I would go look for him, only to find he wasn't home. At first I thought I was crazy, but I realized my dogs would lift their heads up and look as if they heard it too. It began to worry me when I would be asleep and be woken up by my fiancé speaking to me, but he wasn't there. It began to become an everyday occurrence, and I was starting to question my sanity. My mother and I went onto a trip to Maine, and while on the trip I was sleeping. I was shaken awake by my fiancé asking what time it was. I, half asleep, grabbed my phone, looked at the time, and answered him, only to remember I was on vacation 2 states away from him. After that happened, I decided whatever it was had to go. I'm a bit witchy, you could say. So I began burning sage and asking kindly to be left alone, offering to allow whatever it was to stay if it would please stop bothering me. Eventually, I decided to take another route, and one day I yelled as loud as I could, "Enough is enough, get out of my house." All of a sudden, the house got really quiet, and then it sounded like the house took a huge breath of air and let it out, almost like a sigh of relief. I've never heard it again since that day. I'm a medium, but last week, it's happened to be the most shocking encounter. I was eating my dinner, and with the corner of my eyes, I saw a little girl close to the stairs. I tried to ignore it, then I saw her again for 3 more times, And when I say to her, "Tell me, how can I help you?" She was blonde, beautiful, with a pink dress, and she told me, "I'm searching for my mom. I'm lost." And I asked her name, and she said her name, and she said it was the year 1982, and she was from my same little city in Italy. Then I needed to do something. So I called my archangels, and shiny stairs appeared in the room. The girl smiled at me. She went to the shiny stairs and disappeared. Then I checked on Google her name, and she was a disappearance from 1982. Still today I got chills. I always talk to ghosts, but this felt different. This poor girl. But now I'm sure she is in a better place. English is not my first language, so please bear with me. I, 26 female, used to stay at a friend's house, 35 female, Alabang. Here in Philippines, since I am currently working on a different city from my place. The first time I stayed there, I'm always having headaches and it feels like the energy in the house is heavy. I don't mind it at first, but things got worse than I expected. I never experienced any of this from any other place. It all started there. I always sleep on the bed with my friend. Then it always feels like someone is watching me. I always shrugged off that feeling at first but then I kept seeing a woman with a long hair and white dress watching me sleep. I always wake up at 3 a.m. and it scares the shit out of me. I ignored it at first, but one time I woke up and she was beside the bed, standing, and when I checked her face, her head is crooked, and she's looking at me. I immediately shook my friend awake, and the woman disappeared. I keep on seeing her. Even had a nightmare about it, so eventually I just got used to it. I asked my friend since I keep on getting headaches whenever I walk the hall beside the stairs, and that's when she told me the story of the house. The last owner of the house hung herself in the second floor, and I got chills after hearing that story. I even told her to get rid of the doll facing the stairs that leads to that room. Since I got used to her, I just always try to ignore her when she's there. One night I was preparing my coffee at 3 a.m. and if I don't walk the hallway beside the stairs, go to the kitchen, I had to go around through the dining area with a big mirror in it. Like the mirror that you have at a dance studio. I'm done with my coffee, so I decided to go back to our room. When I was walking back to our room, I was looking outside and I saw a black figure beside the pool with the yellow glowing eyes. We were staring at each other for like 15 seconds because I want to make sure I was really seeing what was there, and I was just frozen. I walked and acted normally when I went back to the room. I decided to wake up my friend and I was shaking. This was before I experienced a different encounter at my ex-boyfriend's house. So yeah, that's when it all started. So whenever I'm in a different house or a different place, I always choose to go home instead of staying in an unfamiliar place. I really don't believe in the supernatural, but when I tell you, when this happened, my heart dropped. When I still lived in the Philippines, my sister and I shared a room on the second floor. At the time, my aunt went out to run errands, so it was just me and my sister at home. We shared a room, and we were just hanging out in there with the door closed. While we were talking, there was a sudden frantic knocking on our room door. You know how you become familiar with the way your family members knock? This knock didn't sound familiar at all. The knocks were quick. As much as I wanted to think that my aunt was already back, something made me think otherwise. My sister and I looked at each other because she knew deep inside something felt off as well. She slowly walked towards the door to open it. And behold, no one was fucking there. It happened twice. Literally, no one was fucking home. To this day, I still have no explanation for what happened. Hi there, everyone. I am here to share my true story of an encounter with a supernatural power many know as a shadow person thing. Just some background info on my situation, which occurred when I was around 10 years old. So, the house I lived in with my mom, dad occasionally, and my 5 siblings. We all experienced one thing or another. So when this event I'm going to be describing happened to me, was in my brother's room, which he was 13, and we were chilling around. He was laying down on the floor by his head, and I was playing with a yoga ball maybe 10 steps away from him. We had been talking, but he had stopped, and I just thought he was tired. I played for 5 minutes, then looked over at him and I froze. Above him floating was some sort of black mass, and he looked as if he was choking. His eyes were bulging out of his head and face was turning red in color. I yelled to my mom to come up and I was crying. Came in to the room running as soon as she saw him. She ran and got her Bible and started reciting something from it, which must have worked, as the blank mass soon subsided to nothingness, but not before us hearing my brother let out a demonic deep scream. He then laid there with his eyes closed for a while. He then sprung up, panting, trying to get his breath back. We left the house the same day and stayed with family, but it seemed as if we could still see the dark shadow. We couldn't tell if it had followed us or if it was a trauma, but to be safe, we went to the priest to get the house blessed, and we had an exorcist performed on my brother. His eyes rolled back into his head and he started talking in a voice that wasn't his, and we couldn't tell what he was saying. He seemed good after that was done, though. He returned back to himself, and our house now has such a light atmosphere, and it feels nice and cozy. I'm not sure what it was that we all were getting targeted by, but it was, for sure, evil. Thanks for reading. All events told are a true story, and the reason I believe in the paranormal. Hi there. I grew up in what would be considered a haunted house in Vermont. This was back in the early 2000s. However, the house itself wasn't old, being built in the 70s by a local professor, though the land itself was older. For example, old stone walls on the perimeter, a foundation out in the woods from the 1800s or so. Things that started off small, random, occasional noises, feeling of being watched when in the basement. However, things escalated. A couple of the bedrooms in our home had walk-in closets. The doors would rattle violently. Often, if our family was upstairs, you could hear things crash on the floor below. The creepiest things I remember, however, was one evening. My dad and I were home alone after supper. All of the lights, electronics were turned off in the house, except for the dining room. From my dad's office space, however, I start hearing the best way I could describe. It was low, gloomy funeral music. I tried looking around for a source of the noise and couldn't find one. However, my father remained unfazed. It's been over a decade since I've been there last. After my father passed away, my other parents sold the property. However, to a certain extent, some of this has followed over the years. Weird sort of things. Pots and pans rattling at night, windows and doors opening and closing. At one point, the sound of a pig snort and the smell of sulfur. I managed to even get a photograph at one point of a face with blind eyes when I was a teenager. I try and remain skeptical. I'd much rather blame these occurrences on an overactive imagination rather than the paranormal. Hi everybody, it's Curious Raven. This is the first day of October Spook 2023. This story is called Don't Go Into Impossible Houses by Dr. Blackjack. With the Halloween season approaching, I decided to get this warning out to everyone I could reach. If you ever come across a haunted house that shouldn't be there, don't go inside. This haunted house pops up between two other houses you already know. It won't be squeezed in like someone built a new house in the middle of the two plots, but rather it'll fit in like the whole place was designed that way. It'll be as if the street had always been a few hundred feet longer than you remember. If such a house appears out of nowhere, do not approach it, do not knock on the door, and whatever you do not cross the threshold. Once you do, your fate is sealed. Unfortunately, no one gave me this warning when I was a kid. Maybe it was new, or perhaps there just weren't many survivors back then. Whatever the case, no one warned me. So when I went up, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Trick or treat," I did not listen to the small doubt in the back of my mind that told me to run away. Now every year, I have to go back to that living nightmare. After all, I'm on the expected guest list now. And if you don't show up at the haunted house on Halloween night, the house comes looking for you. And from what I've heard, much, much worse if you force its hand. The years have somewhat blurred together, but I still remember the first time all too well. I sometimes curse myself for not listening to my doubts when I walk up to that place, but to be fair, as well decked out as the houses was, any kid would expect to get a bag full of loot. The owner clearly went all out. There were realistic tombstones out front of open graves with names like Timmy and John dated for that very day. Some people in spooky costumes carried body bags out to fill some of the graves as I walked up. I even remember wondering how often they pulled the bodies back out to repeat the show for trick-or-treaters like me. When you knock on the door, a man I named the ringleader in my head opens the door and invites you inside. Any sane person would probably take one look at this guy, turn around, and walk away. He looks like someone stapled skin directly onto a skeleton, with no thought of where musculature or fat should exist. His eyes look like they're so loose in his sockets that if he leaned too far forward, they just fall out and roll around on the ground. His teeth were yellowed and broken, enough to give any dentist nightmares for weeks to come. And he wore a baggy, faded suit, complete with long tails and a top hat. On your first visit, the ringleader will ask you the same question you've probably heard 1,000 times before. And what are you supposed to be? This is exactly one of the few breaks the house gives you. You see, you get one benefit based on what you are. For example, if you say you're a pirate or a ninja, that cheap plastic sword you come in with will become real. A dragon might get actual claws and scales and so on. At the time, you might think this is cool, but it's really just a chance for the house to make the game more sporting. And if you manage to survive, you'll be that same thing every time you return, until you finally lose the game. Now I know what some of you are thinking. What were you dressed as when you showed up? Honestly, I don't remember. It may seem like it doesn't make sense, but let me explain. You see, while the other kids around me were shouting things like, "I'm a soldier," or "I'm a princess," I just stood there frozen in fear. The part of my brain that should have kept me from crossing that threshold finally kicked in. And I could tell that this man, no, this monster, was looking at all of us as though we were nothing more than slabs of meat. The funny thing is, everyone always talks about the fight or flight response, but many people fail to realize that there's a third option that your brain can pick to override your thought process, and that's freeze. So when the monster literally wearing human skin, turned to me and asked, "And what are you supposed to be?" I froze. After a few seconds, he grinned and answered for me, "I see we have a coward." At the time, my face burned in shame as the other kids in the room laughed at my new title. But that was the luckiest thing that could have ever happened to me. You see, over the years, I see fewer and fewer familiar faces coming out of the house when I show up from my run. In fact, I've only seen one other person I know in the last 5 years, but we'll get to him in a bit. Nowadays, when I show up, the ringleader checks me off on his list and glowers when he says my title, the coward. Can't help but grin smugly at him. It's probably not wise to provoke the house that way, but in all these years, the ringleader has been unable to win our little life and death game, and it's all thanks to the title he gave me. Like many haunted places, this house has some rules. Thankfully, it's not a long and complicated list designed to trip you up through sheer complexity. There are only 3 simple things you need to know. The first rule is the Wolfman is in the basement. This is important because despite how innocuous he sounds, the Wolfman is quite possibly the most dangerous obstacle the house has. He's immortal, insanely fast, and impossibly strong. Once he gets your scent, you just have to hope you're close enough to the basement stairs to climb them before he catches you. And if you're not fast enough, you're food. Most of my closest calls came from encounters with the Wolfman. The second rule is to escape the house. You must first find the heart of the house. The heart is in a different location every year, and no one will tell you where. You just have to find it, touch it, and get out. This is where being the coward comes in handy. My benefit is I get hunches. Those hunches might be about a new monster or room you encounter. Best of all, they might tell me where the heart is located. The problem is, it's just a hunch. And it's far too easy to let my hopes or fears get in the way of a hunch. Over the years, I've learned to trust my gut. It's a lot smarter than I am. Oh, and the third rule is even more straightforward than the other 2. If Mr. Hyde joins the hunt, everyone dies. That's it. You just have to hope and pray that Mr. Hyde decides to sit out another year. You can do a few things to mitigate that risk, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The rest of my first year was pretty forgetful, relatively speaking. There were some ghosts and zombies to run from, and the heart was in the kitchen. I don't even remember seeing any kids dying that time. But I do remember that while all the other kids were laughing and joking while running through the house, I noticed that those zombies looked just a little too real. The blood and the gore, some of them had glistening to their lips. Looked like it might have belonged to those body bags out front. Maybe the house was taking pity on us, because we were just kids. Or perhaps it wanted to let our fear simmer a little before it went all out. Over the following years, I saw some of those same kids again, but eventually all of their grins turned grim and the laughter disappeared. That's more or less what it's like for a few years. I ran through the house, got to the heart, and ran out. Once you reach the threshold and start leaving the yard, there's just one last obstacle. There, sitting on a bench you never see when you're approaching the house, is a being of pure malevolence. He looks like an oversized man, with arms that are far too long for his body. He always has a grin that would be goofy if it weren't so evil. This is Mr. Hyde. You must look at and acknowledge him, usually with the head tilt. Then look away and pray he decided your fear is enough that year. One time, I stared just a little too long, and he stood up and followed me to the yard's edge. The whole time I could feel his hot breath on the back of my neck, and I knew that if I so much as picked up pace or turned around, I was dead. Another year, I saw him sitting there with a corpse in his lap. He'd shove his hand through the back of its skull and was using it like a puppet to make crude jokes and laugh at all the victims walking by. By then, I knew it wasn't just a prop, and I wondered what that poor soul had done to attract Mr. Hyde's attention. Maybe nothing. Perhaps it was just an unlucky day for the poor guy. I try not to think about Mr. Hyde too much. I get the feeling he knows when you're thinking about him, and I prefer not to attract too much of his attention. When I was 14, I made the biggest mistake of my life. My mom told me to take my little brother, 9 at the time, out trick-or-treating. No matter how much I protested or told her I had something important to do, she wouldn't relent. So eventually, I gave up and took him. Sure enough, the house showed up partway through our little adventure. I remember looking at my brother in the eyes and telling him, "Stay out here. I have to take care of something. And you don't want any part of it, okay?" Of course, he nodded. When I got inside, the ringleader started checking us off the guest list. After I introduced myself as the coward, I still hated the title at the time, I heard in an all too familiar voice say, "I'm a wizard." Looking down in horror, I could see my kid brother standing there, grinning like the idiot he was. I tried protesting. No, he's not supposed to be here. Let him out right now." But the ringleader grinned and answered, "All are welcome in the haunted house, and the only way out is forward." He motioned us through. The first bit of our run was pretty standard. There were a few zombies that were easily dodged, and this time the heart was on the second floor. While climbing the stairs, giant spiders jumped down and grabbed people, then dragged them up into the rafters as they kicked and screamed. One came from my kid brother, but with a swift kick, it fell to the floor below. As the nightmare on 8 legs started scuttling back up the stairs, we ran up and closed ourselves into the first room available. But of course, there's no such thing as a safe room in the haunted house like this. And sure enough, as we turned away from the door, we came face to midriff with a living shadow. It stood tall enough that it had to hunch over in a room more than big enough to house even the tallest NBA players comfortably. I call it a living shadow because its skin seemed to absorb light, creating a void wherever it was. I remember it reaching out and grabbing me, and my skin burning from the extreme cold of its touch. But then my brother decided to take advantage of his gift. And I kid you not, he held out his hand like a finger gun and shouted, "Bang!" To this day, I have no idea how it worked or how he knew it would work. The thing screamed and dropped me, clutching its arm like it'd been shot. We kicked out the door, which thankfully slammed into the spider that had been chasing us, stunning it as we ran to the end of the hall, wherein lay the master bedroom and the heart of the house. The heart is a very literal heart, by the way, about the size of a large dog, usually visible through a crack in the wall. I've seen people stab it, cook it, burn it, and do just about anything else you can think of. Yes, my brother has used his finger guns on it, and while the damage sometimes looks impressive, it always comes back the next year, as if nothing happened. In this case, we merely tacked it, ran back into the hallway, vaulted the banister rather than trying the stairs again, and ran back out the entrance, home free. Of course, now my brother has to run the haunted house every year. We make a point to go together, as between my coward hints and his magic finger guns, we seem to have a pretty strong advantage against whatever the house wants to throw at us. But that's not to say we don't have our close calls. 2 years ago, the heart was in the basement. And remember what's in the basement, don't you? For most veterans, the basement is the last place you look, only after you've cleared the rest of the house. But when my gut says to go downstairs, that's where we go. It went pretty much like every trip downstairs goes. The place is filled with junk piled taller than me and smelled of cement, exposed carpentry, and mildew that many Midwest basements seem to have. The layout also changes every year, so you are stuck kind of shuffling about, hoping you stumble into the right room without being caught, listening for screams and trying to go the other way. This time, we got to the heart without incident, which was good, but the Wolfman started chasing us on our way out. As I broke into a run, I could hear the Wolfman right behind me. But I figured I just had enough time to reach the stairs. And then I tripped. Falling in the basement is about as surefire a death sentence as you can get in the house. And sure enough, in half a moment, the Wolfman was on me. I still have the scars from where he cut my arm up to protect my face and throat. My only consolation then was that at least my brother got away. However, not a moment later, the Wolfman and I looked up in time to see my brother, with both hands making his classic finger guns, as he pointed right at the Wolfman's left eye and shouted, "Bang!" Let me tell you, seeing a full-grown man making finger guns and yelling "bang" with a straight face is quite the spectacle. But you gotta do whatever you can to survive that place. Now, the Wolfman might be immortal, but that apparently doesn't mean he can't feel pain, because he sat up and screamed while holding his eye. I could see bits of his skull while blood and other substances leaked between his fingers. I didn't need an engraved invitation. I placed my feet square in the middle of his chest and kicked for everything I was worth. As the Wolfman flew back, I rolled over and scrambled up the stairs on all fours, like a kid who just turned out the light. We both took a moment at the top of the basement stairs to laugh nervously before hearing an impossibly loud and engaged howl come from the basement. We both decided not to push our luck any longer and got the hell out of Dodge, winking at the ringleader and nodding more respectfully to Mr. Hyde as we passed. That brings us to last year, when at least one of the rules got broken for the first time. My brother and I met up as usual, smirked at the ringleader as he scowled at my title. We got past the starting zombies quickly enough. Seriously, who dies to those things? But then I got the feeling the heart was out back, in the garden. I was just relieved it wasn't the basement, as I didn't want to see the Wolfman so soon after our last encounter. There was a glass passageway between the house and the garden, and this time it was filled with paper cranes floating gently on unseen currents of air, many of which seemed to have tiny rubies glistening on their wings. Of course, nothing in this house is ever innocent, and as we started walking carefully into the passage, the cranes began swooping, and every time they passed us, their wings glided across the skin, giving a nasty paper cut. That's when I noticed several bodies on the ground with pools of blood around them, apparently death by 1,000 cuts. Not having time to think, I raised my arms, covering my eyes, and charged forward. By the time I reached the end, I had probably somewhere between 20 to 30 paper cuts, all of which stung worse than a bee sting. But remembering the bodies in the room, it could have been much worse. What awaited us in the garden was a solitary figure, there standing watch, as if he'd been plucked right out of an old Japanese movie, was an honest-to-God, heavenly armored samurai. His face was obscured by his mask, but I'm reasonably sure that if I pulled down the mask, the armor would have been hollow. However, looking at the bodies beside the samurai that had obviously been cut in two, I decided not to indulge my curiosity Judging by the placement of the body, some had tried to fight, and others had tried to run. My brother got ready to fight, and immediately the warrior's hand flew to his sword. I placed a hand on my brother's shoulder and pulled him back, stepping forward to face the samurai myself. As the samurai slowly drew his blade, rather than fight or flee, I got down on my knees and bowed, deciding to acknowledge that there was little else we could do. "Oh, great warrior, we beseech you, be merciful and let us pass." Yeah, it was a little flowery, I admit, but hey, when asking a ghost samurai to spare your life, sometimes you have to go all out. When after a moment he didn't cut me down, which I'm at least 45% sure was due to my actions and words, I motioned for my brother to do the same. After a few more moments, the samurai sheathed his sword and returned to his vigil, and we got off our knees and passed by, approaching the heart of the house. This time, the heart was standing in a glass cylinder coming out of a rose bush. Carefully opening the cylinder, we touched the heart, which was warm and slimy as ever, before turning to leave. However, just as we did, there coming out of the glass passageway came the one thing I least wanted to see at that moment. The Wolfman. He looked a little different than I remember. His face was rotted away, leaving his skull exposed. He had maggots wiggling and writhing in the empty socket that had once housed his eyes. Teeth and claws were covered in the blood of whoever he had been unfortunate enough to get between him and his goal. And judging by the glare of his sole functional eye, we were that goal. He stepped forward, crouching to begin his chase. Without the basement stairs nearby, I knew we didn't stand a chance of outrunning him. Unsure of what to do, I froze while my mind ran through what few options we had, again and again. However, once again my cowardness saved the day. As the Wolfman charged forward, he was intercepted by the samurai. Sideways slash should have cut him in half, but the Wolfman simply twisted and turned, bending his spine in a way that would have been impossible before stopping to glare at his obstacle. However, the samurai did not hesitate and stepped forward again, this time performing an upward slash even faster than his first strike. Realized he wouldn't get past his annoyance without addressing it, the Wolfman launched himself forward, latching on to his opponent. The two fell and grappled in the dirt, and we took the opportunity to run past. When the Wolfman reached on to us, the samurai took his smaller blade and plunged it into the Wolfman's side, and their combat resumed. Running through the passageway, all the paper cranes were mangled and torn. Lying on the ground, no longer a threat. Once inside, we could see the zombies in the house all torn to pieces. Running into the entranceway, the ringleader was just plain missing. Then we were outside and free. We took a moment to catch our breath, but when I looked up to acknowledge Mr. Hyde, I realized he was also missing from his usual seat. Then the screaming started in the house behind us. Some screams always echoed out of the house, but not like this. The screams were tortured and often inhuman. They were also interposed without bouts of manic laughter. Looking at each other, we both nodded and decided to run. We could wait a year to find out what was happening behind us. And that brings us to this year. I don't know what awaits me at the haunted house this time. Maybe it won't even show up, but somehow I doubt I'll be that lucky. Hi everybody, welcome to day 2 of October Spook. In this story today, we'll have some child abuse triggers in it. It is called A Woman Buried Her Daughter Alive in a National Park I Work For, and it is by Rue Moore. She didn't mean to kill her. That fact I know. Like others before her, she was trying to put something else back, or thought she was, at least. Having worked in the park for a good 20 years, I have learned enough about the things that live on and under this land that when I was sent word through my radio that a lady was seen digging in a certain area by night, I had some idea of what I was about to find. Driving up the dirt road, I recognized her right away. Thin, blonde, Gwyneth Paltrow type. A little mean, high-strung. Can't say I know her entire history, but she had her reasons for being so. Her daughter had gone missing for a few hours on a field trip and wound up in one of the bureaus out by Mount Shrog. If she'd been out there for much longer, there wouldn't have been any getting her back. As it was, I guess she only bumped her head a bit and probably saw some things she didn't understand. Scares people. If they don't know the history of the place, of the animals, sends them a little strange, especially if they're already soft to start with. The little girl that tripped down the burrow sure came back different, but she was herself all right. I would have kept her down there if she weren't. Sounds callous, but it's part of the work. Protecting the visitors, the land, and the wildlife. I've done my best at it over the years, and though I don't always hit the mark, I'll keep at it till my body gives out and makes me quit. Even amongst the rangers, only those of us who've been here longer than 5 years ever learn the reality of what's going on out here, and it's up to us old-timers to keep it that way. The cops from Walpurgis Town have a sort of deal with us. They spread rumors as to drug-related activity, to muddy the waters, and scrub the web of anything too outlandish that manages to slip through. Stops folks asking many questions we can't answer, or science types messing around out here and ending up hurt, which has happened a time or two over the years. So when I saw Miss Cameron sitting out by those bureaus in the dark, I figured one of the younger rangers had tipped her off as to some of the truth, only not all of it, or else she would have never tried dealing with the things that live out there under the dirt. Getting out of my vehicle, I shone my flashlight around the area, making sure that there was no other visitors hanging around to cause problems at the scene. The lady was alone, slumped in the grass in a stained dress, sweat soaked in half-suns under her armpits. The burrow she'd been loitering over had been filled with loose dirt, and the spade she'd used to do it lay abandoned in the grass short a way off. There was blood on the blade, caked in bricks of mud. "Miss Cameron," I said as the woman blinked at me, red-eyed through the night, "you mind telling me what happened out here?" I could guess at it, but I had to hear it in her own words, for the official records. Trembling like a run-down hare, Miss Cameron said, "Lainey, I was so sure she wasn't my daughter. Your colleague Mel, she called me. She told me that there are creatures living in these bureaus, and they took her and gave me one of their own children instead. I wanted to give their thing back. I wanted to bring my little girl home." She knew by then what she'd done. I could hear in her voice a madness coming on in her like the weather. "Creatures," I repeated, gently. "Melanie told me that there were fairies. Is that right? Maybe she said something about silver, too, or salt, or something like that. Can help them down there, where they belong. I guess it wouldn't do no good in bringing a lost kid home. But Miss Cameron..." She looked up at me, scrubbing her nose on her sleeve, so close to a sudden hope that it hurt me to break it again. I'll never forget the dark that came over her. Dark and the blackness I've seen in the eyes of dead deer look that way, before gathering flies over their film in the woods. "Miss Cameron," I said, "those things aren't fairies. Though they might look that way to some people, and though they do take folks down into their tunnels sometimes, they don't usually send and change her out top for a day or so. Guess they need time to start to look like whatever they got a hold of. Hell, if I know what they do with them down there, maybe they eat people. Maybe something worse. All I know is that they didn't take your girl. Shook her up at most. Tormented her the way they like to do. Or maybe something else was wrong with her, I guess. I stared at the dirt, the blood on the spade, the light, bit hair stuck to the end of it, moving in the wind. Sadness knocked through me like a shot put, and I had to turn away, thinking how many nights I'd had like this, how many days, all of them the same. Miss Cameron mumbled under her breath, still trying to grab at the impossibility that she hadn't done what she did. But what are they? Those things, then? She asked suddenly. Why are they hiding that they're out here? They hurt people. I crouched down beside her, going through my pocket for a bit of tobacco to chew. It's a bit of a habit. It's a habit I picked up from my father long ago, 15 years dead. I still think of him when I do it, clenching down on the memory to ground me. Animals do kill guests at parks like this, from time to time, I said. It's nature's way. We rangers try to keep civilians in areas we know are safe, or reasonably so, where we can keep an eye on them. But sometimes people end up going stray. Here at the park, we have things other than animals around. Hard to say what they are, or where they came from, seeing as they're all so different. But they were here way before any people ever were. I call them old kings. Everybody calls them something else. Walpurgis folk only know about some of them, so they make up fairy stories, get it into their heads that they understand, but they don't. Let me tell you a story, back from when I'd been working here just 3 years or so. I know I had to keep talking till an ambulance turned up, which I'd already called, and on my way over. I had to keep Miss Cameron's mind off the kid in the ground, and whose hands had put her there. I'd seen what could happen if I didn't. If I keep talking, I'd keep this woman alive. There's a place we call Howler's Ridge, I said, kind of thin, high hill pass overlooking a valley. We didn't recommend it to inexperienced hikers back then, and we warn people right off of it now. There are signs up, and we have cameras monitoring the area, so as people didn't stumble up there not knowing any better. Folks said they hear strange noises like howling, not like the wind through the valley, or wolves, or coyotes, or any sort of animal at all. It was like a vocal whooping human voices, I guess, hollering, screaming, rebounding off one side of the ridge to the other. So it made folks feel like they were being haunted, hunted, somehow, only they couldn't see a damn thing. Not a person for a mile. And though it wasn't the wind making the sound, there was always one hell of a gale blowing up there. Guests would come down and saying it was like they were being pushed and shoved around. That's how strong it was. I paused, taking a quick look at Miss Cameron. Her dead doe eyes met mine far too evenly. Go on, she said. I want to hear it. And don't hide any of it, Diane. I need to know. Please, I want to understand. Nodding, I went back into my story, which in all my life I told only once before. One day a girl went hiking up at Howler's Ridge, I said. Just turned 19 years old. She took a couple of friends with her. They walked along there a time, had their camcorders out filming a bit of the way. I've seen some of the footage. You can hear the girls laughing, talking, and a little wind, nothing out of the ordinary. Then on one of those tapes you hear the noise start up. The hollering. Some of it deep like a man, others like folks being tortured, and you see the girls being dragged back and forth, just dragged around like something had its hands on them. They start screaming. The camera falls down the valley. One gets stuck on a bit of rock and ended up being salvaged afterwards. The girls, well, 3 of them we just found in pieces, ripped apart. So as there would be a leg in one place, a head somewhere else. Too purposeful to be animals that had done it. And there were no other people around at the time. Besides, there was the tape. The last girl, well, me and another ranger found her coming down the ridge in state of shock. Both of her arms torn off. Hell knows how she didn't bleed to death. Still alive as far as I know. Though she doesn't talk about what happened. Can't, since she didn't see a damn thing anybody would believe. The wind, she told us. There was something alive in the wind up there. They did it. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, the ranger I was with went sort of stiff, like he'd heard the story before. It was after that we put up all the signs. Miss Cameron sat quiet, rubbing a flake of blood off her cheek, knowing she'd been right. She'd been right about at least one thing. The night was holding her together. She'd figured something strange lived in the park. She just hadn't known how deep it ran. Strange thing is the howlers tend to leave the rangers alone, I said. Same with most of the old kings, except the odd case, now and then. It's like an instinct. They know what we're doing out here, and don't meddle with us if we do the same. We're caretakers for them and their habitat. The kings only live as far as a certain point, and most can't cross it. That's what makes me think it's the park itself that brought them here to start with. Don't know how or when, and certainly not why. But here it is. The land's alive. That's what I believe. And always will. I don't understand, said Miss Cameron dully. She wasn't crying, and that had me worried. Too calm is a sign to watch in these cases, and one of the worst. I was glad to hear sirens in the distance, vehicles pounding the dirt roads through the park. I don't understand it either, I said. And I've come just about as close as this place will let a person get to the truth. I've seen forests breathing, even walking. Bodies of people missing only hours ago turn up looking like they died a century back. Things crawl out of the lakes, and I have to pretend I don't see until they go back in. Folks aren't meant to know about these things like that. All I've got to do is take care of the park and the visitors. Only I don't always get it right, and I'm sorry for that. I really am. Miss Cameron didn't say a word, didn't hit me or laugh. The stupid cruelty of my position and all the human lives that I was forced to watch slip by for the sake of those I'd chosen to guard. She just sat there until the cops and ambulance came for her, looking at the shallow grave that she'd built in the darkness. Hi everybody, it's Curious Raven, Day 3 of October Spook. This story is called Never Buy a Halloween Mask from a Yard Sale. You could be getting more than you bargained for. Written by author Michael Kelso. I always loved taking my little 8-year-old daughter, Prissy, trick-or-treating ever since she was old enough to walk. I'd dress her up as a ballerina or a princess or whatever cute character would draw the most smiles and, "Oh, aren't you adorable?" comments. If I'd known how things were going to end, I would have never taken her trick-or-treating in her entire life. Started in late September, when I hadn't picked out an outfit for Chrissy yet. We were hitting the end of the season yard sales, and my neighbor had told me that the one we were going to had lots of Halloween costumes. When we got there, I discovered she wasn't kidding. The one side of her garage was nothing but costumes hanging on racks. I wondered why there were so many. Then I checked out the prices. Mystery solved. Her prices were only a few dollars less than the department store. Why do people do that? Assume that their stuff that's been sitting around in their attic or garage is worth so much. I still made a polite show of looking through the outfits in hopes that I would stumble across something cute and cheap. Although with the rest of the prices being so high, anything cheap would be immediately suspect. As I was searching in vain, Chrissy came to me holding a mask. "Look, Mommy," she said. "I can go as a witch this year." I looked at the mask of an old woman's grotesque face. "Is that really what you want to go as?" I said. "Why not a princess?" "Oh, Mom, I go as a princess every year." "How about a unicorn?" "I just really want to go as a witch this year." I sighed, holding up the unicorn outfit in my hand and looking into her pleading eyes. "Please." "All right," I said, putting the unicorn back and digging out the rest of the old witch outfit. In the end, it saved me $10. I guess the witch wasn't selling well. I wish with everything in me that I could return the $10 and undo everything that happened. We walked up to the old woman, Miss Henderson, who was selling the clothes and paid for the outfit. Struck me as we were walking out how much her face reminded me of the mask. We were barely in the door at home until Chrissy ran off with the outfit to try it on. I carried in the rest of my yard sale finds and set them down to find places for them later. I turned around and my heart skipped a beat as the tiny witch stood staring at me. "Oh, Chrissy," I said, "you nearly scared the life out of me." "I'm sorry, Mommy," she said. But it wasn't Chrissy's voice that came out. It sounded high-pitched and garbled. "I see that mask has a little bonus to it," I said. "That's not all," she said in her modified high-pitched garble. "Looking through it is really cool, too." It was a little disturbing hearing the voice, but knowing it was my daughter saying the words, if she were older and was sure she used this to scare me several times before Halloween came around. "Let me see," I said. She had a little difficulty taking off the mask, but once she did, I put it on and looked through the red lenses were sewn in. It made the world look a little different. Not just the color. There seemed to be an aura around objects. I shrugged it off and lunged at Chrissy, saying, "Oh!" She jumped and squealed as I chased her around the table. "I'll get you, my pretty," I said as I chased her in the living room. She dove onto the couch and tried to hide behind some pillows. I slowly circled the couch, closing in for the kill, when I saw something dart away out of the corner of my eye. I didn't think she could move that fast, but I pursued the new target down the hallway towards the bedroom. "Mommy, where are you going?" I heard Chrissy's voice behind me. I pulled off the mask, and she was standing in the living room by the couch watching me. I glanced back at the hallway and shrugged it off. It must have been my imagination. I went back into the living room and gave her the mask. "Are you sure you'll be able to see in that thing on the dark Halloween night?" I said. "It'll be okay, Mommy," she said. "There's plenty of street lights, and besides, you'll be there with me." "Oh, yes," I said. "Almost forgot." She smiled and hugged me, then grabbed the mask and skipped away happily. Over the next week, she took the time to scare me with it on a daily basis. Got to the point where I had to threaten to take it away from her. I still caught her wearing it quite often. With Halloween quickly approaching, I could barely keep the thing off her head. Finally, the big night came. Chrissy was bouncing off the walls with excitement. She was dressed in her costume and ready to go an hour before trick-or-treat even started. All through the day, I'd been keeping an eye on the storm clouds that were brewing, threatening to put a damper on our fun. But until evening rolled around, they had blown off and left a nice evening that wasn't too warm or too cool. We left the house making sure to leave our porch light off so as not to tease any trick-or-treaters with the false pretense of candy at our house. We started down the dark street by the occasional street light. At first, Chrissy was pulling on me like a dog, straining against a leash to get to the first house. As we walked, she drew closer to me. The first house was everything you'd expect. A nice woman who answered the front door. And what are you supposed to be? I'm a witch, with Chrissy's enthusiastic response. But being said through whatever filter was in the mask made the woman jump. Oh my, she said. That's quite a costume. She politely held the bowl for Chrissy, to choose 2 candies from, then disappeared back into her house. We hadn't seen but a few other trick-or-treaters until we turned onto the main street, and they seemed to be everywhere, dodging back and forth across the street. They wore every kind of costume you could think of, from the plastic ghosts to cartoon characters to zombies to princesses. I looked wistfully at the princesses when the little witch holding my hand suddenly pulled me against her. What's wrong, sweetie? She said in a huddle close to me. I'm scared, Mommy, she said in the high-pitched, screechy voice the mask somehow produced. Of what, baby? The monsters. I looked, and there was zombies, Frankensteins, and a werewolf, walking together towards us up the street. Maybe they're just costumes, I said, just like every other year. Are you sure? She said, her death grip on my hand loosening just a bit. Of course, honey, I said. Everyone is just dressed up to have fun, just like you. Don't you think other little girl will look at you and be scared of the witch? Her grip loosened to normal. I guess so. She started down the street, following along a crowd of superheroes and other colorful characters. The more houses we went to, the more she seemed to relax and enjoy herself. There were still a few times when she would walk so close to me that she almost tripped me, mostly when there were large groups coming towards us. Frankly, I was surprised she could see much of anything out of that mask. There were a few spots where the street lights were farther apart and I struggled to see the sidewalk. On the whole, though, the evening had been going well. Her bag was filling with candy and everyone seemed to like her outfit. We even came to Miss Henderson's house, the woman who had sold it to us. When we stood at the end of the walkway, Chrissy hesitated. Are you sure the monsters are just pretend? She said, looking up at me with that disturbing mask. Of course, sweetie. Go on up to the door. A group was just leaving as Chrissy walked up. Ah, I see one of my costumes has come home, Miss Henderson said, dressed as a witch herself and sounding much like the voice the mask made. Trick or treat, Chrissy said. She stared at her for a moment as Chrissy seemed to stare at nothing on the porch beside the woman. She glanced over at the empty porch and leaned down to whisper something in Chrissy's ear while she held out the candy bowl. Chrissy nodded for her as she grabbed 2 pieces of candy and darted away from the woman. I smiled and we turned towards the next house. As soon as we're out of sight, I pulled her aside. What did that woman say to you, Chrissy? I said. For a long moment, the tiny witch eye stared at me silently. She asked me if I liked the mask, she said. I looked into those red plastic lenses, completely unable to tell if she said was the truth. I paused and took a deep breath. I think maybe we've had enough trick-or-treating for the night, I said. I think so, too, she said, much to my surprise. Can we go home now? I looked at her half-full bag of candy that didn't have nearly as much in it as other Halloweens. But she'd been acting odd the whole time. Sure, sweetie, I said, smiling. Let's head home. We crossed the other side of the street as Chrissy, urging, so we wouldn't have to go near the woman's house again. Either it was my imagination We made it home more quickly than I expected. I was nearly out of breath when we opened the door and Chrissy dove inside, ripping off the mask and costume. She ran into her room and changed into pajamas, then came back out and gave the costume and mask a wide berth as she went to the couch. It's not quite bedtime yet. Do you want to watch something on TV? I said. No, I'm pretty tired, she said. I think I'll just go to bed. Good night, Mommy. She started towards her bedroom. Don't you want any of your candy? She looked from me to the bag of candy sitting on the end table. I'll have some tomorrow, she said. What about your costume? She stared at it laying on the floor. I don't want it anymore, she said, then went back to her room and shut the door. I stared at her as she went. I couldn't imagine when she wouldn't dive into her candy. Usually I had to limit her so she wouldn't go to bed with a sugar high. I stepped over and picked up the costume, sighing at the wasted money, but happy she enjoyed it if it only were for a little while. I walked over to the trash can and threw the costume in. As I held the mask, I felt I had to look through it one more time. I put it over my head, and the world was instantly bathed in red. I looked around for whatever reason. The aura surrounding object seemed to be brighter. I was about to take it off when I saw something dart off to the side. I ripped the mask off and looked where I had seen the movement, but nothing was there. I tossed the mask in the garbage and did a slow lap around the room, searching for anyone who have been trying to play a prank on me, like a certain little former witch. I smiled as I looked from hiding place to hiding place, knowing she was trying to sneak up on me and scare me. It was the only thing that made sense. She had passed up candy in her princess costume, threw me off guard, so she could sneak up on me and give me a Halloween scare. I finished my circle through the room without finding her, then ended by locking the front door. I made my way back to the hall, expecting to be surprised at any moment. My biggest surprise was that it never came. I stood in front of Chrissy's door and slowly opened it. Peeking inside, I saw her fast asleep, or doing an excellent job of faking being asleep. I shrugged it off and went to my bedroom. My head hit the pillow, and I was soon fast asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night, knowing something was wrong. I sat bolt upright and scanned the room. Beside my bed stood a shadowy figure. My heart froze as I went into full panic mode. Someone was in the house, and they were standing beside my bed. When I turned it on, I saw Chrissy standing there, wearing the witch mask. It took a minute to let my heart return to normal before I said anything. Chrissy, honey, you scared me, I said. She didn't reply. She just stood there like a statue. I had to watch her chest to rise and fall just to be sure she was still breathing. Chrissy, why did you get the mask out of the garbage? She didn't move. Chrissy, honey, why don't you take off the mask and go back to bed? She remained still. I slowly crawled across the bed and stood beside her, my hand hesitantly reaching towards her, and pulled off the mask. To my surprise, her eyes were closed. It was as if she was still asleep. Chrissy, I said, gently rubbing her shoulder. Her eyes fluttered open. She looked at me. Why did you wake me up, Mommy? She said. You were sleepwalking, baby. I was? You took the mask out of the garbage and put it on, then walked to my room. I don't remember that. That's how sleepwalking works, baby. You usually don't remember. I'm tired. I'm going to go back to bed now. I kissed her forehead. You'd sleep good now, I said. She walked out of the room, leaving me holding the mask. It stared at me with its empty red eyes, making me feel more than a little uncomfortable. I leaned over and put it in the bottom of the nightstand drawer, then turned off the light and tried to go back to sleep. Sleep did not come easy. I tossed and turned for hours. Every time I would drift off, a vision of that mask would invade my dreams, and I would be startled awake, absolutely certain that someone had just been in my room. Each time the room was empty. No sleepwalking Chrissy, no villainous stranger hovering over me. When morning came around, I stumbled for the coffee maker, tried to get myself moving. Good morning, Mommy, Chrissy said cheerfully, sitting at the kitchen table, watching TV while eating a bowl of cereal. I mumbled something like, "Morning," as I stumbled through, making a fresh pot of coffee, mixing it extra strong. "Didn't you sleep good, Mommy?" she said in her cheerful little voice. "No, I didn't. Thanks to a certain little visitor in the middle of the night," I said, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. "Who?" I looked at her, incredulous. Was she serious? Was she playing a game? "You," I said. "You came into my room in the middle of the night wearing that mask and scared me nearly half to death." Her little brow furrowed. "I didn't get out of bed at all last night, Mommy." "Yes, you did, Chrissy," I said. "You dug that witch mask out of the garbage and wore it into my room." "You threw my mask in the garbage?" "Yes, I did," I said slowly. "Thought it scared you so bad you didn't want it anymore." Her eyes became unfocused as she seemed deep in thought. "Maybe I was just tired last night. I didn't want to get rid of the mask." "And how did you?" I said as the news flash came over the TV. In local news, a 63-year-old Martha Henderson was found dead this morning. Police are investigating, but it appears someone broke into the woman's house late last night and assaulted her. She was pronounced dead this morning by the coroner. The cause of death, multiple stab wounds. A picture of a woman flashed up on the screen. "Look, Mommy, the lady we bought the mask from," Chrissy said. It hadn't dawned on me until she pointed it out. She was right. The lady from the yard sale, who lived only a short walk away, was brutally stabbed to death last night. I thought back to Chrissy standing in my bedroom and shuddered at the fact that some crazed killer could have been hovering over me, or even worse, hovering over Chrissy last night. I shook the thoughts away as I glanced at the clock. "Hurry, honey," I said. "You'll be late for the bus." I went to the door and she gathered her book bag. When I got there, a shock awaited me. "Chrissy, did you unlock the door this morning?" I said. "No, Mommy, why?" "No reason," I said, smiling and pushing open the door that had not only been unlocked but slightly ajar. We stepped out into the cool November morning air, street lights still glowing at the sun as the sun fought to rise over the horizon. Pulled her jacket tight around her and zipped it up. "You have a great day at school," I said as the bus pulled up. "I will, Mommy," she said with that infectious smile. The bus slowed to a stop and Chrissy waited in line with the other kids to get on and be carried away to school. I waved as it drove away, glancing at the other mothers. Usually there would be some idle chit-chat between some, but today everyone quickly dispersed back to their houses. I told myself it was because of the cold, but I knew they were all thinking the same thing as me. There's a murderer running loose around our neighborhood. Everyone was getting back into their houses as quickly as possible and double locking the doors. I stepped through my own door and examined the locks as if it had somehow betrayed us. I locked and unlocked it several times to make sure it worked. Then once I was satisfied, I closed it and locked it. I changed into my work clothes of a dress shirt and jogging pants, then sat down at my laptop. Telecommuting had been both a blessing and a curse. Staying home was great for a while, but soon I began to crave actual face-to-face social interaction. Video meetings on the computer just weren't the same. And after the shocking news this morning, I wasn't feeling very secure at home. I would have felt better around other people. The day seemed to drag on as I found myself often distracted by shooting furtive looks towards the windows, as if I expected someone to crash through one and murder me at any moment. I found myself coasting through the day, fighting to keep my focus on my job. When the knock came at the door, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I slowly approached as if it was about to attack me. When I looked out through the peephole, there was no one there. A chill ran down my spine, and there was another knock just as I turned away. I stared at the door, knowing that no one was on the other side, and wondered what kind of supernatural dream state I had fallen into. Was I asleep at my keyboard and having a nightmare? The knock sounded again. This time there came a voice with it. "Mommy, why is the door locked?" Chrissy said. I stepped back to the peephole and looked out. There stood Chrissy. I unlocked and ripped the door away so fast she jumped back. "Why weren't you waiting outside for me?" she said with betrayal reflecting in her eyes. I glanced over at the wall clock, and sure enough it was time for her to be home. "I am so sorry, sweetie," I said. "Mommy must have gotten busy and time got away." "But why did you lock the door?" "I just felt like locking it." She looked at me with this odd, knowing look. "Was it about the lady who got killed?" "Maybe." I tried to be non-committal. "Do you think whoever did it is still around?" She said if she just asked if it was going to rain tomorrow. "Are you hungry?" I said. "Let's get a snack." I spent the rest of the evening helping her with her spelling words and playing games. It was a wonderful time. After supper, we watched her favorite shows and then went to bed. "Good night, Mommy," she says after I tucked her in. "Don't be afraid. Everything will be all right." I considered asking her what she meant, but in the end, all I did was smile and say, "I know," while I stroked her hair. If only I'd known. I woke up in the middle of the night, startled again by Chrissy standing at my bedside. "Oh, Chrissy, you need to stop scaring Mommy like that," I said, looking into her eyes of the mask she was wearing. "Wait a minute. Chrissy," I said slowly, "how did you get that mask back?" She didn't answer for a long moment. "My friends gave it to me." "What friends, honey?" "The same one I saw on the street on Halloween," she said. "The ones you said were just pretending to be monsters?" A chill ran down my spine. "Where did you talk to these friends last?" "Tonight. They gave me the mask back," she said. "They're not very happy that you keep throwing it away." I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. "Threw it away because Halloween is over." "Not for them," she said. "They dress in their costume all the time." "Their monster costumes?" She nodded. "And can you see them in their monster costumes?" I said slowly. "Only when I wear the mask." My hand darted out and tried to grab the mask to take it off of her, but she dodged and backed away. Heard a high-pitched cackle come from the mask, remembering how it changed her voice. "They said you might try that," she said. "They told me about a fun game we can play." She skipped away as I jumped out of my bed and followed her. She ran down the hall to her room and darted inside. I peeked around the corner, not sure what I would find. Chrissy was standing on the other side of her bed looking at me through the horrid mask. "They gave me some fun new toys to play this game with," she said, reaching under her pillow and pulling out 2 butcher knives that looked like mini swords in her little hands, barely wrapped around their handles. My eyes grew wide. "What if I don't want to play this game?" I said. She looked off to the side, as if seeing something I couldn't. "They said they wouldn't like that at all," she said, lowering her voice. "It would make them very angry." I glanced in the direction she was looking, but didn't see anything. Just then Christy jumped up on her bed and dove at me, swinging the knives. I was caught completely off guard. One of the knives caught my forearm and slashed a long gash in. "Chrissy!" I yelled, but she was still coming at me, swinging the knives. "Mommy, play!" she said in a maniacally high-pitched mask voice. I dove to the side, feeling the knife slice my forehead, then ran out of the room and into the kitchen. "You hurt Mommy," I said as I ran. "Don't worry, Mommy," she said. It's just like a video game. After you die, you respawn." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. There was something that mask was doing to her. I had to get it off of her any way I could. Once in the kitchen, I glanced around for anything I could use. My eyes fell briefly on the knife block that still held several steak knives. The thought was fleeting, and I quickly dismissed it. I was fighting the mask and not my daughter. I had to make sure I didn't hurt her. Quickly searching, I found a dish towel and grabbed it just in the nick of time as Chrissy came charging into the kitchen. She swung at me with one of the knives, and I was able to block it with the towel, but it had cut partway through. I quickly wrapped the remaining towel around the knife and pulled it out of her grip. She stumbled and fell to the floor. I was on top of her in an instant. She kicked and flailed, swinging the remaining knife at me, just missing my face by inches. I blocked the knife with my already belling arm and used the other arm to rip it out of her grasp. It wasn't as easy as it should have been. She had some supernatural strength. Eventually, I was able to pull it free. I reached for the mask when suddenly something grabbed my hair and yanked me backwards. I rolled over and got up, but nothing was there. At least nothing I could see. Chrissy jumped up and grabbed two of the steak knives from the block and started chasing me around the kitchen table. It would have been comical, just like we had done many other times, chasing each other and laughing. But no one was laughing now. My life was on the line. A kitchen chair moved itself in my way, making me trip and fall. I jumped back up before she got to me, but I felt something brush against the back of my leg. I glanced back, and she had sliced a gash in my leg. We continued around the table, but I knew I had to go somewhere I could use open space to run away and get some distance between us. "You're not as fun as Mrs. Henderson was," I heard the mask say. She screamed. "She screamed and begged like a little girl. She didn't run like you." The shock hit me like a sledgehammer. The mask had used my daughter to kill the neighbor. I knew now more than ever I had to get that thing off of her and destroy it. I ran out the front door, and even thinking that I was only wearing a nightshirt and underwear. I knew I needed help. I ran to the next door neighbor's house and beat on their door yelling for help. Christy burst out of our house and saw me, then ran after me. I went to the next neighbor and beat on their door, and then the next, all the while with a little girl wearing a homicidal mask chasing me. After 3 houses, people started coming out to see what was going on. I doubled back to where a few neighbors had gathered. "Help me," I said. "I need to get that mask off of her." They looked from me to a charging Christy holding 2 knives. I ran away, and the neighbors parted like the Red Sea. There was a tree in our yard that had branches low enough to climb, but Christy hadn't been able to reach them yet. I climbed up, my bare feet slipping on the branch as I tried to make it out of reach. It came at me so fast I knew I wouldn't make it up, and I would be sitting duck for her to slice and dice. At that moment, my feet gained enough traction to get me up the first branch. She jumped and slashed at me, but all the blades cut was thin air. She stood under the branch, jumping and slashing at me in vain. She was still doing it when the police arrived and took her away. She jumped down, nearly tangling myself in the branches, and ran after the police. "Wait, please! That's my daughter," I said. They had restrained and disarmed her, but not taken off the mask. I pulled it off with much more effort than it should have taken, and throwing it far away from her as I could. When it was finally off, Chrissy's eyes searched around, as if waking from a dream. Her eyes landed on me. "Mommy?" she said. "Yes, sweetie," I said, wrapping her in a big hug. Ma'am?" one of the officers said. "Are you sure that's wise? This girl was just trying to kill you." "It wasn't her, it was that thing," I said, pointing at the mask, but it was gone. I visit her every day in the mental hospital. The staff there are quite fond of her and say she's the most delightful patient they've ever had. None of them believe why she's there. They all say it must be some mistake. I know it was too. It was a mistake to ever buy that mask. Hi everybody, it's Curious Raven again. We are on day 4 of October Spook. I am going to be reading a story by Dante's Ghost It's called My Best Friend Bought a Dog on the Deep Web. It was a chilly evening a few weeks ago when my friend Jason and I found ourselves indulging in the dark corners of the internet for our particular amusement. We would quite often pursue the dark web, trying to find the strangest things we could in that lawless place. We've been doing it for years, since we first got access to the dark web back in high school. When Jason found out about Tor, we'd seen everything from drug sites to snuff sites. On this particular evening, a peculiar link caught our attention. It was titled, Doolittle's Bazaar. Intrigued, we clicked the link. A digital menagerie showcasing exotic animals of all kinds opened up in front of us. It was obviously run by poachers and boasted a large amount of endangered and rare species. Mesmerized by the bizarre collection, we scrolled through the listings, intrigued by the curiosities on display. It had everything from mundane tropical fish to incredibly rare big cats. We were amazed. Amidst the virtual oddities, a seemingly innocuous pop-up materialized, advertising a dog, claiming that it was unlike any other. This dog is made just for you. It's astonishingly intelligent, capable of comprehending and executing any command. The perfect companion, it read. Its price tag was unusually low for what was being offered, almost too good to be true. Being the animal lover out of the two of us, Jason decided to take the plunge, succumbing to the allure of owning a unique and brilliant canine companion, as well as the possibility of rescuing the creature from the hands of the poachers. They're probably mistreating the poor thing anyways. You know what poachers can be like. I've seen videos online. Besides, no one else in the world will have one like it, he said, as though trying to justify his purchase. I warned him that it was probably a scam, but he was determined, as though he'd already made up his mind, but was now coming up with the justification. He always got like this whenever it came to animals, always leading with his heart. I know it's risky. I'm not stupid. But what if it's legitimate? What if that poor creature is suffering? And I can do something about it now, he said. When the nonchalant click of the button, he entered his payment details and placed the order. A sense of apprehension filled me as he clicked the button and the screen flashed. Payment processed. I wasn't sure why at the time. I think it was just a general distrust of the dark web. After all, we'd seen a lot of things on there before. Well, Jason said, let's see what happens. Worst case, I've just lost some money. Best case, I've rescued an animal. We carried on searching through random links in the dark web. But at the back of our minds was the excitement to see Jason's new dog, as well as the anxiety as to whether it was even real at all. You can never be too careful on the dark web. Jason went home after that night, and the events of the evening gradually faded from our minds. Several weeks passed by with no sign of the dog. There was nothing from the company on the deep web either. We both assumed that it had been a scam, and that Jason had just lost his money. I told you so, I gloated. Each time I saw him, a few days after that, an obscure package arrived at my friend's doorstep. It was a huge box, larger than anything he'd ever ordered before. You could easily fit a full-length sofa inside and still have room to spare. Strapped to the top was a note, printed on plain paper with no discerning marks. It read, Your very own unique companion is here. We hope you enjoy it. Below in the red text were the words, No refunds, no returns. Wasting no time, Jason called me. It's here, The dog from the deep web. It's arrived. The box is massive, but I can hear it moving around inside." He practically shouted down the phone in excitement. Point one to Jason for always being right. "What? Really? Okay, you win this one, Mr. Awesome," I responded, amazed that something actually had turned up. "I'll swing by after work and meet the new furball." "Sweet, see you then," he said in that same excited tone. Then he hung up. I couldn't help a feeling of excitement welling up in my stomach. I wasn't exactly an animal lover myself. I could take or leave them, but I was still excited to see this new dog. As soon as I finished work, I made my way over to its house as quickly as I could, interested to see what made the dog so unique. Knocking on the door, Jason slowly opened it, his head poking out gingerly from behind it. "So where is it?" I asked, trying to glance over his shoulder. "Come on, I want to see it." "Yeah, okay, come in," Jason said, his voice quivering slightly, stark contrast to his confident tone over the phone mere hours ago. I made my way into the house, but there was no sign of the creature that had been delivered. It's in the basement," Jason said, again in that shaking voice. Now very confused by what was going on, I followed as he led me to the basement. As soon as he opened the door, I was met with an odd stench. Not something I'd ever smelt before. It was a sickly sweet smell with a hint of iron. I couldn't help a feeling of apprehension in my gut as I stared down the staircase into the black abyss. Inside the basement, it was dark. There was a small old light in the middle of the basement illuminating a small area and casting long shadows across the floor. As I made my way down, the smell was much stronger, nearly suffocating me. I could make out sounds too. There's no way I could describe those sounds. They seemed like a low grunting noise, but there was a high-pitched, pained quality about it. There's no way that sound was made by a dog. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I could see a large metal cage in the far corner of the basement. It had thick iron bars and heavy-looking padlock on the gate. The floor was covered in sawdust. The sound seemed to be emanating from further within. "Come here, girl," Jason beckoned, again a quiver in his voice. My eyes remained fixed on the cage, awaiting the reveal of his particular new companion. The creature inside it obeyed his command, moving into the dim light. I had to stifle a scream. There's no way that thing could be a dog. That was hairless, with large, red-looking welts all over its body that were held together with stitches. If I had to describe it, I would say that it appeared as if someone had crudely amalgamated human components to create a macabre imitation of a canine form. It was breathing that same low grunt with a high-pitched whine, as though its every breath was pained. Its face looked stretched, like the skin was pulled back almost into a grimace of constant agony. I almost feel sorry for the wretched thing, as it wasn't so repulsive. Oh, God, I'm not sure what else to say. All words left me. I know, it's horrible, isn't it? I didn't think this is what they'd send. I was expecting something like a really obedient Doberman or something. Not this thing, Jason said. I could hear the sadness and disappointment in his voice. He almost couldn't bear to look at it either. It looks like it's been so badly mistreated, poor thing. "Can you return it?" I asked, still looking at the thing in the cage, that same sense of revulsion filling me. "No, there are no returns. I'm stuck with her," Jason said in a frustrated tone. "Why don't you just give her to a rescue center? Or release her into the wild or something then?" I asked. "I can't do that," Jason snapped, almost offended. "Look at her. Nobody'd take her for one, and she doesn't look like she'd survive in the wild on her own. He needs help. I feel so sorry for Jason. He seemed genuinely upset by the creature in the cage that he was now stuck with. He was a compassionate person, and I could see that this dilemma about what to do and the need to help was eating away at him inside. All right, I said. If you're going to keep this thing, we can't just call it the horrible thing. What are you going to call it? Got any ideas? Demon Doggo? Doobie Don't? He thought for a second before saying Lucy. Lucy had been his grandmother's name. She'd passed away when he was really young. Yeah, I think I want to call her Lucy. In the days following Lucy's arrival, Jason retreated further into his house, isolating himself from friends and social interactions. Whenever we managed to catch a glimpse of him, an uncharacteristic skittishness or hedge hung about him, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. He'd still speak and behave like the Jason we all know, but he seemed distracted, as though he was constantly preoccupied with something. He also started dressing differently, wearing long clothing that covered most of his body, regardless of the outside temperature, whereas before he was a shorts and t-shirt kind of guy. Every time I would ask him about Lucy, he would respond with something like, "She's good, yeah," or "She's getting there," but he wouldn't go into much detail. You could see it on his face, a look of conflict, as though he wanted to confide something in us, but he couldn't bring himself to. In the weeks that followed, Jason had gotten worse. It was rare that anyone could get in contact with him at all. When we did see him, he was now a skinny, gaunt imitation of the healthy, happy Jason we knew before. He looked incredibly pale and sickly. He'd also developed an odd limp in his right leg. When we asked him about what was happening to him, he would laugh it off, saying that the doctors were investigating. His expression didn't seem to betray the same feeling. He looked worried, almost scared. On the very rare occasions that he did come out with us, he'd normally only stay for a couple of hours before making some excuse to go back home. We were all worried about him, unable to ignore the signs of his deteriorating condition. I mustered the courage to check on him. When I arrived at his house, I pressed the doorbell, waiting a while for an answer. When none came, I knocked on the door, assuming that bell may not be plugged in. As I knocked, the door opened slowly. It was unlocked. This was strange. Jason didn't normally leave his door unlocked. The sense of unease now stirring in my stomach, I made my way into the house, shouting Jason's name in the hope that he would hear me. His house exuded an eerie silence, and a deeper sense of foreboding enveloped me. As I made my way further into the house, it was empty. There was no sign of anyone there at all. It hadn't been cleaned in what looked like ages either. The sink was overflowing with washing up, and the bins were at the point of spilling over. I shouted for Jason again. Still no answer. I was beginning to get really worried about him now. Growing increasingly concerned, I combed through the house, my anxiety escalating. I'd missed my search. A thick booklet perched atop the cabinet caught my eye. Its appearance suggested recent handling, urging me to inspect it. Picking it up, I turned it over and read the cover. It looked like a manual with a picture of a creature. It looked like Lucy on the front. "So, you own a Sanguisqua canis," was sprawled on the large front of the top. Perplexed, I flicked through its pages. Sanguisqua canis was Latin for bloodhound. The creature was my friend's purchased on the dark web was a very rare and old subspecies of canine that subsided entirely on blood. They were so exceedingly rare because of their metabolism. They could only go 6 to 8 hours between feeds until their bodies began to digest themselves and they starved to death. Horror and dread washed over me as I realized the extent of my friend's situation. I continued searching the house with a more frantic urgency, shouting for Jason but still receiving no answer. Then from the corner of my eye, I noticed the basement door was wide open. I could smell the same sickly smell of decay wafting up. It was stronger now, and even more nauseating now than I knew it was due to decaying blood. I could also hear sounds from down there, the same low growl and whine as before. But there was another sound mixed in that I couldn't put my finger on. Tentatively, I ventured into the depths of the basement, terrified as to what would I find there. I wouldn't bring myself to shout for Jason. It sounds silly, but the sounds in the basement sent shivers through me. So much so that I was too afraid to utter a sound. As I neared the bottom of the stairs, I poked my head around the corner into the dim gloom. I discovered Jason lying unconscious in the middle of the basement under that light. He was pale, deathly pale. I ran over to him, my fears being pushed to the back of my mind, overpowered by a deep concern for my friend. I rolled him over and tried to wake him, but he was completely unresponsive. I checked for a pulse, any sign of breathing or anything else that would show me that my friend was alive. There was nothing. I shook him again, begging him to wake up. The feeling of devastation was crushing. I was doing my best not to break down, but I could feel the hot tears welling up in my eyes. Jason, my best friend, was gone. I was so confused. What had happened? I knew that he was sick, but I had no idea he was this far gone. Why hadn't he said anything to me? I pulled him close and hugged him, beginning to cry, as though if I hugged him hard enough, it might bring him back. He was cold as ice. He was really gone. I slowly laid his body back down and gently onto the basement floor. As I lowered him, I noticed a piece of paper had dropped from his clenched fist. I turned to pick it up. As I grabbed it, my eyes received something that I'm not sure I'll ever forget. Emerging from Jason's right leg, a grotesque and sinewy appendage, resembling a nightmarish vein, slithered into my line of sight. Its fleshy color clashed starkly against pallid skin, with a labyrinth of capillaries that seemed to writhe and pulse with pulsating crimson fluid. Eerie, almost dance-like undulations propelled the liquid in a disturbing rhythm, leading the eye along the horrifying path into the abyss of Lucy's cage. As if called to action by observation, the tube disconnected from Jason's leg with an audible pop before slowly retracting back into the cage. Then there was a low growl as Lucy made her way forward. She was much larger than the last time I saw her, with red stains around her mouth, where the tube was now receding. Her stomach was also distended and bloated, a deep red color compared with the rest of her pale frame. She looked me in the eyes with her cold gaze and let out another threatening growl. I began to go away, noticing the heavy padlock of the cage door was on the floor just beyond Jason. A jolt of fear shot through me. She was loose. Without a second thought, I ran. Fear clenched my heart as I scrambled up the stairs, propelled by sheer survival instinct. Reaching the top, I slammed the door shut, barricaded it with a chair. The door thudded seconds later, as though Lucy had thrown herself at it as hard as she could. The door rattled violently, and the chair visibly shook, but it held. She made an awful noise, like a roar, but nothing like I'd heard before. But she couldn't get out. Desperation clouded my mind as I grappled with the dilemma before me. I couldn't let that abomination escape. Not now. Not now that I knew what it was. Nor could I bear to confront the monstrosity that killed my best friend. I felt an overwhelming sense of entrapment and exhaustion, as if the weight of the entire ordeal was crashing down on me. With the main danger now sealed behind the door, the reality of the situation settled in, threatening to drown me in a tidal wave of emotions. The grief I'd felt in the basement when I saw Jason's body, my fear as I realized Lucy was loose, and now the dilemma what to do with her. I made my way over to Jason's couch, needing to sit and try to process this, trying to figure out what I needed to do next. As I sat down, I remembered the piece of paper that had fallen from Jason's hand as I lowered him to the floor. Paper I was picking up just as I noticed the horrific proboscis. In the ensuing chaos, I had stuffed it into my pocket, not wanting to lose the last remnant of my friend. Taking it out of the pocket, I smoothed it out. It was a note addressed to me. It would make sense he'd know that I'd be the one to come looking for him. I began to read the rest of the note Jason had written, the note in his final moments, trying to explain why he'd been so distant and strange lately, and apologizing for how he'd been acting towards me and my friends. He explained that he'd not had any other way to feed Lucy, so he had been using his own blood every 8 hours to feed the creature. He knew it was draining him, gradually killing him, but he didn't want her to die. She was a living thing and endangered. He'd said she deserves to live, but he wasn't sure how much longer he could keep it up. He asked me to forgive him, going on to say that he'd valued our friendship above all else. I placed the note down, tears welling up in my eyes. I sat there for hours, finding myself grappling with the knowledge creature's thirst for blood had been what had taken my best friend from me. And if I didn't act, it would soon lead to its demise. But my best friend sacrificed his life to keep that thing alive, and if I let it die, then he'll have given his life for nothing. I've still not made a decision yet, but I can't hear anything from the basement anymore. I guess there's no harm giving her a bit of mine, for the moment, just to keep her alive while I decide, yeah, just this once. Hi everyone, this is Curious Raven. It is day 5 of October Spook. I'm so excited. This story is written by Old Key. It's called In Too Deep. And trigger warning for child abuse. 2006. The worst year of my life. The year our 11-year-old daughter Casey disappeared. Casey was the light of our lives. My wife Evelyn and I doted on her from the day she was born. Never did we think that a random stormy day in September would be the last time we would ever see her. 23rd of September 2006, I awoke to the smell of pancakes cooking away in the kitchen. It was 9 a.m. I lay and gathered my thoughts as heavy rain pelted off my bedroom window. I was thinking about how I was just about to get promoted to assistant manager at my firm. Money was tight lately, and it could really help out. Just then, I felt the bed jolted as my daughter Casey ran in from the hallway and jumped on top of me. "Daddy, wake up! Mommy's making pancakes. Chocolate chip your favorite." I laughed and I picked her up in my arms and brought her into a tight embrace. "Is she now? Well, I better get dressed and come right down." I laughed as I tried to get off the bed. Casey ran back downstairs. I quickly got dressed and followed behind her. "Smells amazing, hun," I said as my wife glanced over with a smile. "Yeah, well, it was Casey's idea. I'm just the cook," she said with a fun, sarcastic tone. I sat at the breakfast bar while Casey handed me a knife and a fork and a half-empty cup of coffee. She'd spilled the majority on the floor on her journey over to me. "Wow, thank you, Casey. This looks amazing, sweetie," I said as Evelyn placed the pancake in front of me and rolled her eyes while trying to hide a giggle. "You're welcome, Daddy," she said, batting her long lashes as she watched me take the first bite. "Hey, Casey, why don't we go for a walk in the woods after breakfast? Look for deer tracks," I said, trying to swallow my mouthful. "Oh, yes, please. I'll go get dressed right away," she said excitingly. I chuckled as I watched her run up the stairs at lightning speed. "Come on, Casey, time's ticking," I shouted up the stairs, feeling impatient. "Coming, Daddy," she yelled from over the landing. When she appeared at the top of the stairs, her curly red hair fell over her face as she tried to shove on her pink bobble hat. She had already put on her white coat with the fur hood and a pair of red snow boots. "Let's go," he said in a sing-song voice, and off we went. As we walked through the woods, the trees twisted around each other at the top, casting a dark shadow onto the wood floor. The wind whistled through the leaves, and the rain fell softly onto our faces. "Daddy, I think I see a track," Casey shouted from up ahead. "Oh yeah, let me see." I ran slowly to catch up to where she was pointing to. "You're right. It's a track. Good job, honey," I said, feeling impressed. We walked further through the woods and chatted about school and what Casey has been getting up to. Just then, a tall man with his face half covered with a scarf stopped in our path. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay?" I said, feeling uneasy. "Hand over the girl," he said in a deep, emotionless tone. "What? No," I said in a panic. He then pulled out a sawn-off shotgun and points it towards us. "Hand over the girl or I will shoot you in the effing face." I stood in shock, a million things racing through my mind. "Please, don't hurt us," I pleaded. "You have one more effing chance. Hand her over or so help me God I will kill you." I stared at his cold dark eyes and finally did the unimaginable. I handed over my only child to a masked monster. "Daddy, no! Please, Daddy, help me! Don't leave me!" Casey screamed, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so sorry," I said. "But what was I supposed to do? I didn't want to die. I know what you're thinking. The world's worst dad. But, she's not even my kid. Not that she or anyone knows. Her mom had her on a one-night stand, and I brought her up as my own." "Right. I need to get my story straight. We went on our walk, and she was kidnapped by a madman. Well, that's actually true. I just did nothing to stop it. The next few weeks were hell. Evelyn was inconsolable. Police were constantly in and out, taking statements and trying to find witnesses. I felt awful lying to my wife, twisting the story ever so slightly, and I felt bad. I really did. But I was in too deep. I was so close to getting that promotion. I could make this right. We'd have more children. We could still have a good life. The 7th of October, 2006. It had been 2 weeks since Casey was taken. We just returned home from putting up flyers when 2 police officers knocked at the door. "Officers, please tell me you found her," Evelyn said, her voice cracking. "Can we come in? We need to talk." I gestured them inside. "Please sit down, sir and madame. I'm afraid a body has been found near an old shack in the woods. I'm really sorry, but it appears to be Casey's." Evelyn let out a scream that sent a shiver down my spine. "Please, God, not my baby, not my Casey." I fell to the floor as I cradled my hysterical wife. Shit. What have I done? I thought. Will anything ever be the same? At least now she can never tell that I didn't fight for her. 17 years later, I sat in a chair, watching as my teenage twin boys played their game station. Evelyn in the kitchen making my favorite, chocolate chip pancake. When suddenly, phone rang. I'll get it, hon, I said. I picked it up from the side table. Hello? Hello, Daddy, remember me? My blood ran cold. Who is this? I stuttered. Oh, I think you know exactly who it is, and I'll see you soon, Daddy. The line went dead. I stood in complete shock as I tried to come to terms with my new nightmare. This story is written by Horror Junkie, and the title of it is, I'm a surgeon. My patients have been exhibiting symptoms of parasites. Worms, hundreds of them. They wiggled and writhed out of every exposed orifice. Spindly white noodle-like creatures grappled aimlessly at the air, treating my patient's body like their own personal playground. I sighed, stepping back from the operating table. That was supposed to be a routine appendectomy. I rarely turned to my colleagues. They all wore horrified expressions on their face. Time of death, 10:14 a.m. Allison, contact the bio team, please. The rest of you, don't leave this room. We need to await further instruction. In a matter of minutes, we were surrounded by figures, shrouded in bright yellow hazmat suits. They shoved the corpse into a body bag and went to work, meticulously dousing the room in chemicals. Hey, Doc. I was hoping I wouldn't have to see your ugly mug for a while, a man wearing a white biosuit said, handing me one to match. The feeling is mutual, Bill. Third time this week. Any idea where people are picking these little bastards up from yet? Not what I've heard of. Then again, the top brass doesn't tell me shit. Sounds about right, I murmured, exposing my back to him so he could zip me up. He did so in a hurry. Ready whenever you are, I said, my arms extended at my sides. Bill scooped up a black spray bottle and began lathering me with a light green disinfectant. I always thought the stuff looked like toxic waste. Sure hope they manage to find the source of these things soon. You're telling me... Bill was cut short by a deafening shriek. I instantly whipped my head in its direction. It was Allison. Even through the thick plastic of her hazmat suit, I could make out a sea of worms flowing from her nose and ears. A handful of them had managed to chew through her eyelids, inching down her bloody face in droves. She clawed desperately at the tiny creatures, but it did little to no good. The worms just kept coming. I turned away, choking down the bile that was creeping up my throat. Before I could compose myself, I heard a loud thump. Allison had collapsed, her body convulsing violently on the ground. Bill shot me a look and pursed his lips. Looks like you're gonna have to find a new scrub nurse. I solemnly shook my head. Yeah, I was really starting to like this one too. As the bodies were wheeled out of the operating room, it finally clicked. In case of an infection, they didn't make us wear hazmat suits to keep the parasites out. No, they made us wear them to keep those things in. I shuddered at the thought. Logically, it made sense, but something about it just felt wrong. Your room is ready when you are, Doc, Bill said, shattering my reverie. Oh, yeah, lead the way. Bill obliged. Billowing from the doors, I nodded to my anesthesiologist as we left. He reluctantly met my gaze, offering a hesitant wave as we marched on. Soon enough, Bill and I found ourselves standing in a spotless white chamber. A rusted stainless steel shower had stretched down from the ceiling. providing a stark contrast to the pristine glow of the room. "You know what to do," Bill said, unzipping my suit. I sighed, stripping down into my boxers. I've always hated that part. "Undies too, bud." "Come on, Bill, I'm not comfortable with this shit." "It's not about what you're comfortable with. It's about keeping everyone in this hospital safe. Underwear, please and thank you," Bill ordered, holding out his hand. "Fine, take them," I grumbled, begrudgingly tossing him my undergarments. "Thanks. Was that really so hard?" "Shower time." "I'm aware," I growled, positioning myself in the middle of the room and tilting my head back. "Ready." I clenched my eyes shut as a cold blue mist trickled across my skin. I was told that the gaseous substance had no negative side effects, but for some reason, I highly doubted that. Towels on the bench. Probably won't be back here again unless something goes wrong. "Always a pleasure, Doc." I glowered back at him. I really wanted to slap that stupid grin off his face. "Pleasure's all mine," I said through gritted teeth. Thick white door slammed shut behind him. A moment later, my phone slid through a slot on the wall, perched atop a set of new folded clothes. "Finally," I murmured, retrieving my phone and putting on the fresh scrubs. Bill could be an ass, but at least he'd provided me with the essentials. Opened Reddit, mentally preparing myself for another grueling 24-hour stint in isolation. And that's when I felt it. Something tiny, just below the skin, began wiggling underneath my left eye. Hi everyone, it's Curious Raven, day 6 of October Spook. This story is by Fire Lord, and it's called The Date. It was late at night when this all happened. I was walking home after I had just dropped my girl off at her house, after we just finished our date. I'm a 14-year-old boy, in case you were wondering, living in a small town in the middle of Montana. It was a relatively quiet place. Sure, it was peaceful, but it was really boring. Nothing really happened here. But then, out of the blue, this new girl moved to town. Her name was Brittany, and she was short, black-haired girl with red rosy cheeks and amazing amber eyes. She was the most beautiful person I had ever seen. I had to talk to her. I was really a shy kid, especially when it came to pretty girls. But when I saw Brittany for the first time, it was different for some reason. I wanted to talk to her so badly. One day, I worked up the courage to talk to her. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I pushed myself not to back down. I opened up with a small joke, hoping to get her to laugh. I was nervous as hell, and it was a really stupid joke. But I guess it was funny to her because she laughed at it. Or she was being nice and trying to humor me. But whatever the case, it worked. After that, we started talking more. We were getting along really well for a while, and I had even started to hang out after school for a couple weeks now. I really liked this girl. I finally worked up the courage to ask her out on a date. I was so excited when she said yes. We settled on going to the movies for our first date that Saturday. I couldn't stop thinking about it all week. I was so nervous and so excited. The night of the date came around, and everything was going great. We sat down in the theater, eating popcorn, and watched the film. She even rested her head on my shoulder. I was in heaven at that moment and couldn't be happier. After the movie was over, we exited the theater to see that it was late in the night. She said she was going to call her parents to come pick her up, but I offered to walk her home. You know, to be a gentleman, earn a few extra brownie points. I also wanted to spend more time with her. She happily agreed. The movie theater wasn't that far from her house, and neither was mine, so it was an easy walk for the both of us. We continued to talk all the way to her house, and I was liking this girl more and more. I honestly couldn't believe that this amazing girl was interested in me at all. Also, she liked almost everything I was into, and was a member of the soccer team. Soccer wasn't my favorite sport, but I think I have a reason to get into it now. We were now walking up the steps to her front porch, and just stood in the front of her door. I wanted to say something more, but I couldn't find the words. And I just stood there awkwardly. She thanked me for a great time, and was about to open her door when I finally spoke up. "Would you like to go out again sometime?" I asked nervously. I don't know why I was so nervous. Maybe it was just because this girl was so amazing and she couldn't want to hang out with me again. But she smiled at me and giggled. I would love to. She then stepped closer to me and kissed me on the lips. I was frozen where I stood. Of all the things to happen, this was the last thing I expected. I must have looked ridiculous, because as soon as she pulled away, she giggled again. It was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. She opened the door and wished me good night before disappearing behind it. All I could think about was that kiss. After what felt like forever, I finally walked down the stairs with the biggest grin on my face and began walking home. My house was only a few blocks away, but all I could think about was Brittany. The sound of her laughter whenever I made a stupid joke, the look in her amber eyes when I asked her out again. I will never forget that. I was honestly very happy then. But as I turned around the corner, I began to notice something. It was very quiet. More quiet than any other night. There were no birds, no crickets, not even sound of cars driving on the roads. I looked around and noticed that all the houses were dark. This was odd because it was still relatively early. Too early for everyone to be fast asleep. I was startled when the street light I was standing under began to flicker. For as long as I can remember, it never happened before. I tried to ignore it and continued walking towards my house, but it happened again. When I walked under another street light, then another, then another. I tried to tell myself that it was just faulty wiring, or some short circuit. Then all the lights went out at once. Now it was pitch black. Not even the moon was shining in the sky. My heart was pounding in my chest as I stood alone in complete darkness. I took out my phone to get some light, but when I tried to turn it on, it didn't work. The battery must have died during the movie. My house was only a straight shot from here, but I didn't want to move for fear of tripping and hurting myself or something. Then suddenly a light shined from behind me. I quickly turned around to see that it was one of the street lights from behind me had turned back on. It was about 3 street lights away from me, but it was dimly lit. But I was just happy to have some light again. However, when I turned around to head back down the street, I heard something from behind. It was footsteps, but not my footsteps. I turned back around, but didn't see anyone there. Nothing but that street light. I kept my eyes towards the light, but I still couldn't see anyone. I was about to turn back around when I finally saw something. A tall, black hooded figure had just stepped into the light. My blood turned to ice when I saw him. His hood was over his head, so I couldn't see his face. I wanted to turn away, but I couldn't move. I wanted to shout, but I couldn't speak. I was petrified. He was just standing there under the light. There was no possible way that he could see me in the darkness, but I could feel his eyes directly on me. Every fiber of my body was telling me to run, to get back home, where it's safe, but I still couldn't move. All I could do was stare back at him. My heart was beating faster and harder in my ears with every moment that passed. Still, he did not move. Then suddenly, he took off, sprinting towards me. I was finally able to gain some control in my body and took off towards my house. I ran as fast as my leg could carry me, as I could hear the sound of his feet right behind me. I looked back towards him and saw that he was even closer now, and he looked even taller. I wanted to scream, but my voice was still lost. All I could do was run. I didn't know how far my house was, but I didn't care. I just kept running. I looked back once again. This time he was even closer and taller. His body was skinny and his arms were long, but I could see nothing else from him. I pushed myself harder and sprinted the other way. My lungs and legs were on fire, but I refused to stop. I pushed onward until I finally noticed something. A small candle in the windowsill of my house. My mother always placed a candle there whenever I was out at night, so I could find my way back home in case the power ever went out. Couldn't tell you how much I loved my mother at that moment. I was almost home. I took one final look behind me, and I wish I didn't. The man was much closer to me. But he wasn't a man anymore. Whatever it was much taller. Taller than any man I had ever seen. Its arms were flailing as it ran towards me. But what I noticed more were its fingers. They were long and came to a point, looking more like claws. I finally found my voice and let out a loud scream. I was in the front yard now and practically jumped over the stairs and opened the door. Fortunately, my mother was a terrible habit of not locking the door behind her when she was out. She said it was in case I ever forgot my keys. I would always tell her about how unsafe it was, but I couldn't be more grateful in that moment as I pushed the door open and slammed it shut behind me. I locked the door and pressed my back to it. I instinctively flipped the switch on and was welcomed by the warm light of my house. Finally feeling safe, I moved to the window to see if that creature was still out there. But what I saw were the lights from the streets. Even a few houses had their lights on. I looked around my living room, wondering what the hell just happened. Was it all just an hallucination? But from what? Maybe it was all just some sort of prank? A really good one. I then felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. I took it out to see it was a text from my mother. I had to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon. There's some pizza in the oven for you. I'll see you when I get home. Love, Mom. I was so confused. My phone wasn't working a minute ago. And now, here I was getting a text message from my mother? I was still out of breath from that whole ordeal. But I was home now and safe. I texted my mother to let her know I was at home now. But I didn't tell her anything else. How could I? I didn't believe it all myself. I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind as I went into the kitchen and grabbed myself a couple slices of pizza. After heating it in the microwave, I went upstairs into my room and turned on the TV. After what had just happened, I was in the mood for a nice calm movie. I put on my old favorite movie and ate my pizza in peace. When the movie was almost over, I heard my phone go off again. It was another text from my mom. Hey, honey, could you give me a hand downstairs? I turned off the TV and headed downstairs. I called my mom's name. She never answered. I looked around the house, but she wasn't there. That's weird, thought to myself. Just texted me a minute ago. Suddenly, the lights went out, causing me to scream. It was pitch black now. I tried to find my way around the house as my eyes began to adjust. I noticed a small light. It was my mother's candle. But it wasn't in the windowsill. It was in the kitchen. I slowly made my way towards the candle, the memories of tonight's event flooding my memory. My heart was pounding fast with every step. I jumped when I felt my phone in my hand vibrate. It was another text from my mom. Sorry, honey, I'm going to be home a little late. Don't be up too late, dear. Love you, Mom. I stared at my phone in disbelief. I was about to ask her why she told me to come downstairs when she wasn't even home. But then I noticed something. The text message that she sent me wasn't there. But that was impossible. I didn't delete the message. I then received another text message. It was from Brittany. Had a lot of fun tonight. He did a lot better than the others, but I'm sorry to say that this is goodbye. I was dumbfounded. Did she just break up with me? I sent her a text message asking what she meant. When I hit send, that's when I noticed it. Just above her message to me was the text from Mom, asking me to come downstairs. My body froze when I heard the chime of a phone from behind me, but I dared not look. All I could do was stare at the lit candle in front of me. When I felt 4 long claws slowly grip my shoulder, I turned my head to see wide amber eyes. Hi everyone, it's Curious Raven. We are on day 7 of October Spook. Welcome back. This story is by Formal Barnacle, and it's called Never Go to McDonald's at 2:13 a.m. When I first got this job, I wasn't sure what to expect, but nothing this unsettling. I started working at a McDonald's within walking distance of my home. I'll refrain from any more details for privacy reasons. It was less than 10 minutes back and forth, so I thought it was a perfect fit. I don't have a car and it's easy money, I thought. After an hour-long application assessment type of deal, I got a call from in-house meeting with the manager. Let's say his name is Bob. He wore black button-up and black slacks, a shiny name tag pinned into his shirt pocket next to a black pen with a chewed cap. He looked not much older than me, mid-20s, but his dark sunken eyes made him look older. We talked for almost half an hour. I was visibly shaking for the first 5 minutes, but he didn't seem to notice. The last thing he said to me was, "See you Monday." I was taken aback. Just like that? "Yeah, see you Monday." "Of course," I said as I shot up my seat. He nodded before walking off, and I headed home, so happy to finally get a job. I spent my weekend at home, not doing much of anything but scrolling through TikTok and watching a bunch of different movies on Netflix. Ever seen The Matrix? It's not bad. On Monday morning, I started my first day at work. I had an hour of training before being thrown into the frying pan. By the frying pan, I mean working the register, taking orders, and dealing with customers. Some good, some bad, but it was routine. Till Sunday night when I got a call around 11:30. "Hello, Dan." "Yes, this is Bob." "Yeah, it's me. Can you come in tomorrow for a night shift instead of your regular shift?" "Night shift?" I asked him. "Yeah, we need you to fill in. Pays $1 more an hour." "I'm in. Maybe I can do this normally?" "Great, and yeah, we'll see you," Bob said before signing off. I thought the night shift would be perfect for me, but if I could go back in time, I would have never answered the phone. I clocked in around 8 p.m. and went over to my coworker for the evening, Kate. She was an older woman with red hair done up in a ponytail. She was a bit heavy-set and gave off a no-nonsense attitude as she told me my duties. In summary, run the cash register when customers are here, clean up the place when they aren't. It was only the two of us, from what I could tell, so I don't mind doing a little extra work. When I went to my register, I found a yellow piece of paper under the drawer. It said, "Don't upset him." Huh? Flipped the paper over looking for some more information. "Kate?" She came up from the fryer, looking sweaty and upset that I dragged her away from the back. "Did you leave me this note?" "No." "Is that all?" "Yeah, sure." I looked back at her, but she was walking back to the grill. "Customers." A couple hours after we locked up, the lobby at exactly 2:13 a.m. I heard what sounded like someone pounding on the glass, but no one was there. A few seconds later, I heard it again. There was a customer just standing in line. "Sir, the lobby is closed," I said. He just kept staring forward. I had no idea how he got in here. I'm sure the door was locked. Was he in the restroom till now? I cautiously stepped towards him. "Sir, are you okay?" He was in his early 30s, wearing a blue t-shirt with ripped blue jeans. He had pupils so large I couldn't tell the color. His mouth was moving like he was trying to speak, but no sound came out for the first few seconds. Carnum. Carnum? He looked like a camel chewing hay. Carnum. "I'm sorry. We're closed. The drive-through is open, though, if you have a car." Carnum. Carnum, meat. I took a step back. "Wait!" Meat. His teeth bared, and his enlarged pupils focused on me. Yes, let me get that for you." His gaze followed me around the restaurant. Kate was nowhere, and he was becoming more manic, so I pulled some frozen patties and turned on the grill. A bit of sweat drops from my forehead as I sneak peeks at the man. He seemed perfectly still, like a statue watching me. With the sizzling of the burgers, I grabbed some buns from a nearby workstation. When I turned back around, he was there, with his hand on top of the still-cooking burger. His soulless eyes didn't leave me while his hand burned. He shoved the burger into his mouth, swallowing it whole, and then shamming closer to me. Meat, you. I stepped back, but he started shambling faster. I froze, but he went past me towards the bag of frozen patties and started devouring the entire bag. I snuck away while he engorged himself with the frozen patties. His teeth looked like fangs ripping into the meat with a crackling sound of ice. He finished the bag in under 20 seconds before peering at me from behind the prep area. His teeth looked even sharper, and a low growling sound echoed from across the room. I darted for the front door, but it didn't open. My key was gone, and his footsteps grew closer and closer. My vision blurred as the sweat dropped down from my forehead, but luckily to my left was the restroom. The door slammed behind me as I twisted the lock into place. I prayed it was enough. After a few moments of dead silence passed, when a bang, not a knock, more like he was pummeling into the door, it flexed and bent. The door held. You, he said over and over. Then an even louder bang rattled the door as he slammed his whole body against it. The door could have buckled at any second. Then he stopped. I tried to call for help, but my phone had no signal. The strangest thing was the time. It's still 2:13 a.m. and stayed 2:13 a.m. much longer than it should have. I counted the seconds. The numbers didn't change no matter how many times I counted to 60. The idea came to me to use my stopwatch app to count down the seconds. It didn't move. My new plan was to barricade the door with a trash can and arm myself with a mop. It was a terrible plan, but it was a plan. There was no window to escape from, and I didn't dare open the door. My only hope is that Kate saw what happened and called the police, or the guy left. After waiting in silence, eyes locked to the door, the blare of a single sink echoed through the restroom as the water ran from the faucet behind me. A cold sweat formed as I picture him standing beside the sink ready to rip me to shreds. But nobody was there. I turned the sink off, but the water didn't stop. It turned to a dark, dirty brown with speckles of red and clumps of hair, completely overfilling the basin. and flooding the restroom floor. It was vicious, like honey, and smelled rotten meat. You, boomed from outside. The door trembled as he threw himself against it. The liquid encased the bottom of my shoe when a crackling sound came from the doorframe. I closed my eyes and readied my mop like a spear. I held my breath. It was over. I wanted to, but I couldn't open my eyes. I could only tremble. It was gonna die in a bloody and painful way. I couldn't do anything to stop it. The next thing I felt was a vibration. A familiar buzzing sound I heard 100 times before. It was my phone alarm. The countdown ended. It was 2:14 a.m. I gasped for air in the uncomfortable silence. The vicious liquid was gone and the door was intact. I waited, not sure what to think or what to do. Settling on to push the door open a crack. Everything seemed normal. But then the return of footsteps. Before I could scurry back inside, I saw who it was. Kate? I burst out, so happy to see someone who probably wasn't a cannibal. She jumped, not expecting me. I'm so glad you're all right. What? What happened? I paused. How could she not know, I thought. The guy, he broke in and ate all the frozen patties, chasing me around the restaurant till I locked myself into the restroom. He broke it down. And then there was this brown, sticky stuff everywhere. The clock didn't move and... Slow down. Were you smoking something in here? No. It slumped down to the floor. I had my parents pick me up and take me home at the end of my shift. I couldn't go out alone after what happened. Bob calls me in to talk about what happened that night every so often, but I don't ever want to step back into that place. I barely even leave my house. I don't think I ever will. Just remember one thing. Never go to McDonald's at 2:13 a.m. Hi everyone, it's Curious Raven. This is day 8 of October Spook. This story is by Colt Leisure, and it is called I Will Never Forget the House with the Red Wallpaper. The house at the end of the lane had been there since before I was born. It had a crimson cottage roof. Everyone who claimed to have gone inside of it said the interior was much larger than it appeared from the road. Although it was part of my upbringing, it became another decorative, set piece of life as usual for me. Every other kid who grew up on the block felt the same way. It was a place as mundane as the red wallpaper that compromised its inside. For as long as I could recall, there was never a steady resident in the house. Rumors abounded that a local band recorded something unreleased there. It was a doom-laden Black Sabbath-inspired track listing influenced by acid. The group called themselves Forgotten Meadow. This tale was often dismissed as a local myth. My father claimed to have seen members coming and going in their van. They were always accused of being occultist. One song had a title I remember, Astral Projection. My dad had always described the lyrics about traveling outside the human form. The subject does so in search of some sort of eternal knowledge. I always accused his entire generation of being a bunch of hippies who smoked way too much pot. I had no time for their stone-fueled nonsense. I moved out of that small and leafy town forever in a flood of autumn foliage and went to college. I came back twice a year to visit my folks during the holiday season. Passing the house became a ritual I enjoyed. I took it for granted during my youth, but seeing it later on was nostalgic in a way. One morning when I was there, I went outside as the familiar scent of the air before it rains was all around. I decided to go for a jog. As I neared the corner, I watched as a Honda sped down the road. It crossed the sidewalk, destroyed the lawn with tread marks, and crashed into the house. The sound of glass shattering and the roof caving in washed over me. Screams from a woman emanated down the block. Even with my 5 years of driving in college town, where lots of people drove intoxicated, I never saw a crash. I ran towards the wreckage. The shrieks of horror were not coming from one of the passengers or the driver. Instead, it was a pedestrian who was across the way, who had been walking her dog. The vehicle was upside down. I neared it and realized I had crossed what used to be the threshold of the domicile. Now it was a makeshift construction site of damaged plaster and debris. A bloodied and broken arm was sticking out of the driver's side. The wheels spun and smoke drifted from the hood. There was only one individual I could see, and he craned his neck to get a better view of me. His mouth opened. This gesture revealed a set of shattered teeth. The remnants had scattered across the airbags. I was slow to realize the truth of the matter. A chill swept through me as I realized the vehicle was one my family owned. The man struggling to stay alive behind the wheel was me. I survived with tremendous amount of psychological agony. The buzz from the whiskey I drank earlier could not erase what happened. I will never forget that out-of-body experience. Our next story is by Puzzle-Headed Ad, and it is called An Urban Legend Follows Me Wherever I Go. My name is Ruoko. I grew up in a rural village in Japan, and I later moved out and traveled to Sweden when I was 18 for a university bursary. The village was located around the north side of Tutori. I lived with my sister and mom. I had a few friends around the neighborhood. We loved exploring around the village since it was mostly just plain farmland, but it was beautiful. There was a shrine built at both ends of the village. On the far left side of the village, I lived around 2 houses away from the shrine. Next to the shrine, there was a small shack, and inside was a place for offerings alongside materials used for rituals. We would do our rituals very different than the rest of Japan. Typically, you do 2 bows, 2 claps, and a bow. In our village, we would gather a white cloth or towel, dirt that had been blessed by a Shinto, silver scissors, and lastly water that also has been blessed by a Shinto. We would hang the white cloth or towel on 2 wooden bamboo poles, place a bowl of blessed dirt on a stone slab in front of the towel, and pour half of the blessed water into the dirt. Then gently place both hands into the bowl, covering our hands lightly in mud. We would then wash our hands with the remaining water over the cloth, essentially dirtying the cloth while symbolically washing away the evil and transferring it onto the cloth. We would then snip the cloth with the silver scissors, destroying the evil. We would then stand up, bow 4 times, followed by 2 claps and a very deep bow. We would do these rituals every month in order to ward off the evil spirits in the village. There was an urban legend of a woman. Her name was Hanora Ichimori. She was in her mid-20s. She lived exactly in the middle of the village. It was around the time of the month where people would start to complete rituals. That year, Hanora did not complete her ritual. In fact, she did not do it at all. At the last hour of the month, it was rumored that the people heard loud shrieks at the core of the village. The next month, people found Hanora's eyes ripped out of her pale corpse. Honora had a white blindfold wrapped around where her eyes should have been. The blindfold was made out of clean white cloth usually used during rituals. Her bedroom was covered in blood. It was said that hours later, her body was not found anywhere. Ever since, there has been an urban legend of Honora. It's said that if you do not complete your ritual before the end of the ritual month, you will find a woman in a white dress wiggling around, almost dancing with a blindfold on, in the middle of a distant field. It's said that she stops dancing and looks at you, and you have one more night to live, before she steals your eyes and wears them as her own. But if she takes her blindfold off, you will be cursed for the rest of your life, and be doomed to have the most torturous life possible until you complete the ritual. Honora would make it very difficult for that to happen. I thought that the urban legend was created so that people would complete their rituals. When I turned 13, I decided that I would see if it was true. I was very confident that it was all a hoax. And the last night of the month, I didn't do the ritual. At exactly midnight, I felt a presence watching over me. I decided to leave my lamp on that night, but it didn't help. Eventually, I managed to sleep. That night, I had a very vivid dream. It almost felt real. I was in front of the shack used for offerings. It was covered in sealed chains. I had to reach into a pot to grab the keys and break the seal. I entered the shack and closed the door behind me. I bowed down to the shrine, and after that, the doors started to rattle, and the door handle would repeatedly be pushed down until it suddenly stopped. Blood leaked through the bottom of the door before I turned around. There was a pair of eyes sitting on the table of the shrine. The shack started to shake before the door burst open, revealing a tall woman in a white dress. Before I woke up in a cold sweat. It was early afternoon when I woke up. That afternoon, I met my friends outside. I went out of the village to go exploring again. After about an hour, I noticed a woman standing in the middle of a field near a mountain. She appeared to be wiggling around. I grabbed my friend's binoculars and looked at the woman dancing around. Her arms were flailing like a flag waving with the wind. She twisted and turned, but not like a human. Her torso twisted right around until she stopped dancing. She was looking right at me. I asked my friends if they saw her too, and they couldn't see anything. She pointed at me as her other hand removed her blindfold to reveal an empty eye socket with blood leaking from them. I told my friends to run. As I ran back to the village, I told my parents what happened. They immediately sent me to the room and covered the windows and walls with blessed papers. They commanded me not to open my room to anybody. Later that night, somebody knocked at my door, followed by vigorous attempts at opening my door. I fell asleep again shortly after that. I was told to complete the ritual, which I did. During the ritual, I spontaneously forgot to complete the ritual with a deep bow. From then on, I would be haunted by Honora every night for years. I was told to leave Japan several years later for a bursary. I felt relieved that I may be cured of the horrid nightmares I had each night. I moved to Sweden. For months, life seemed to be okay, until about 3 months later. I woke up at 3 a.m. in the morning. I looked outside my window and found Honora dancing. I immediately looked away at her, praying to myself. I could feel her. I went to sleep after that, having a dream. She was standing at my bed, staring at me with her blindfold off. But I couldn't move. That week I went to a Shinto. They commanded me to return to my village and complete the ritual. And once I did that, I'd have to live with the village's Shinto for 3 weeks before I can return to Sweden. So I did just that. I returned to Japan, and I completed the ritual. I was surrounded by a bowl of Shinto blessed salt and completed the ritual. It was not easy, though. I heard whispering while in the process of the ritual, followed by tapping, pushing, and feeling of a presence surrounding me. After that, I lived with the Shinto for 3 weeks before I returned to Sweden. I visited the Shinto in Sweden, and he advised me to bless my house and surround every room in the house in a salt for 78 days, which I did. After that, life seemed to go back to normal. I've been having normal dreams. I've been energized and happy for the last year until yesterday. I had a dream I was back at the shrine. It was daytime. At that time, though, I saw myself as a 13-year-old completing the ritual, unlike when I was actually 13. I saw Onhura standing in front of the shrine, holding the scissors used to cut the cloth. When I was about to cut the cloth, she held the scissors under her blindfold. When I snipped the cloth, she snipped the blindfold. When the blindfold fell from her face, she had beautiful light brown hazel eyes glimmering in the sunlight. He vanished, and I woke up. I felt calm when I woke up. I don't know if by choice that means she will take my eyes or she found hers, but I need someone to tell me whether that's bad or good. Hi everyone, it's Curious Raven. This is day 9 of October Spook. I hope you're really enjoying all the creepypastas. This story is by Demoso in the Dark. I will put the link to his book in the description. The story is called Cliff House. This is Detective Hector Gutierrez. I recently had been assigned a case involving several burnt corpses. So far, there has been a serious lack of evidence, which is frustrating, to say the least. However, I have recently discovered a video file on a laptop that was recovered from the scene. I have not allowed to release this video just yet. My superiors have given me the green light to share the audio. I'm hoping someone out there who hears this might know something and come forward. I can promise you protection and anonymity. Please, if you know anything at all, you could be saving lives by sharing it with us. Before I play this audio, I must warn you that it can get pretty graphic. I urge you not to listen with any young ones in the room. Again, anything you may be able to help us with could save a life. These deaths have been grotesque in nature. Please don't allow these atrocities to continue. If you know something, here's the audio. Audio File 1. This is Professor Reginald Jackson. I'm leaving this video journal as a warning. I thought I was okay. I thought I had escaped. I realize now that there is no escaping Cliff House. You see, we were doing a study on the history of Cliff House. I'm sorry, my mind is all over the place right now. A man came to see me at the university. He offered 5 years of funding from the department if we would investigate a potential investment he had lined up. I thought it an odd request, but then he told me he just needed a comprehensive report on the history of Cliff House, including some field studies. I put together a team to include 2 of my junior colleagues and 5 students. At first, it was just a lot of digging through archives and documenting history data, timelines, and that sort of thing. The client had expressed a rather enthusiastic interest in any urban legends that may exist about the property. I really wasn't expecting to find much despite the site's particular penchant for catching on fire. When I did find something, I almost dismissed it, thought better of it, recalling the client's emphasis on being completely thorough. He had specified that I could have no stone unturned and no detail out. If he had already heard of this particular flight of fancy, he would know that I had not completed my task to the fullest. So I began reading this strange tale from its beginning. To summarize, it told of a ritual that would summon the true spirit of the land on which Cliff House was built. That this spirit would give you a glimpse into the past and reveal the true nature of the land on which Cliff House resides. It also came with a warning, one I deeply regret not taking seriously. It warned that only serious seekers of the truth and believers in the occult could attempt the ritual. It claimed that the lack of faith in this process could cause the ritual to go horribly wrong and that the spirit does not tolerate non-believers. Of course, I scoffed at this. I am a man of science. This text also claimed that the spirit was an elemental, fire to be precise. That did catch my attention, since there had been multiple fires which had plagued Cliff House. Of course, I logically believed that the fires were what had inspired this tall tale. How cocky I was. For all my intelligence, I failed to see that the attached parchment, which held the ritual itself, was much older than the documents which held it. The parchment, which also alluded to a fire elemental, was older than the Cliff House itself. There were side notes scrawled next to the older text amending the ritual to fit Cliff House itself. Although that appeared strange to me, it was nowhere near as strange as the main text. When I first looked at the parchment, the text appeared to be in a language I didn't recognize. After reading the notes someone had added in English, I looked back at the text. It too was in English. I dismissed this as my imagination. Men of logic are often blinded by the very irrationality that serves them. If something does not fit within the boundaries of known logic, it is illogical, and therefore untrue. How wrong I was. Even as a child, I knew that some things in this world defy logic, and some things have no rational explanation. When did I become so pompous? Lord forgive me, for pride truly comes from the fall. Fall I did, I fell, spiraling down into the madness which is truly Cliff House, or at least the land on which it sits. Unfortunately, this is a lesson learned much too late. Cliff House, or rather the spirit which resides there, has managed to sink its claws into me. Once attached, it will never let go. I know this now. I'm sorry I must keep moving if I am to finish this before my untimely demise, which now seems imminent. End audio file 1. Audio file 2. Sorry about that. Where was I? Oh yes, I must move within an hour, or the entity will claim me. I know I can't run forever, and I have exhausted all attempts to find a solution. My only hope now is that I can complete this journal before the inevitable end arrives. This specter or spirit of the land is malicious. The text that I later procured showed that this spirit was called upon by indigenous peoples to exact revenge. There were slaughtered before the ritual was complete, leaving this curse isolated to the immediate area under the surrounding Cliff House. I am unwittingly exposed myself and my team to full severity of this entity's power. I regret I will not have to bear much longer, I am afraid. One of my students suggested that we attempt the ritual contained in the parchment as part of our field study for the sake of due diligence. Misled by disbelief in such things, I foolishly agreed. We were to complete the first part from the beach below the Cliff House and just south. When I witnessed the change to the structure, I should have quit the investigation right there and then. My thirst for knowledge would not allow my retreat. I was driven ever forward by the need for answers and my desire for a rational explanation. Upon completing the first part of the ritual, the structure began growing. While the Cliff House has undergone many facelifts and even multiple rebuilds, the form it took was easily recognizable. It was quite possibly the grandest appearance the Cliff House had ever held. The gingerbread or Victorian Cliff House of the late 1890s to early 1900s, all 7 stories of it, suddenly and ominously loomed over us. Our group, while deathly silent at first, didn't take long to begin buzzing like a hornet's nest with theories and hypotheses galore. Even then they struck me as pretentious. The proverbial pot calling the kettle black, I know. But, for the sake of honesty, must hold nothing back if warning is to be taken seriously. We made the hike up to the entrance of the cliff house, where we promptly froze, every last one of us. No one was eager to be the first to venture through the doorway. Keep in mind, I don't mean the doorway of the structure you see in Point Lobos today, but the grand entry of the 7-story castle-like structure that burnt down to its very foundation many years ago. I stood cemented in place, fact-based, as my mind was. One fact trumped all else. The fact that what I was seeing could not be. That it left me as scared as a toddler in the dark. Being the leader of this expedition, I knew they were looking to me to lead the way. Although my body fought me every step of the way, I forced myself to maintain a confident appearance as I stepped through the doorway. Entry was grand indeed. Once inside, we bore witness to agriculture that can only be described as magnificent, as was the fact that we were literally walking through history. The high ceilings and columns were spectacularly designed, and we took photograph after photograph, anxious to document every detail. Eventually, however, someone was bold enough to broach the subject I had been dreading. The second part of the ritual. I knew it was inevitable, but I had attempted to convince myself that we have achieved thus far would be enough. Of course it was not. Nothing is ever enough for people obsessed with the pursuit of knowledge. We climbed the stairwell floor by floor. Once we reached the top floor, we made our way to the observation tower and ascended further. The observation tower was there where the final part of the ritual was to take place. One of the very reasons I found this text questionable, aside from finding the occult to be rubbish, is the fact that the second part of the ritual was to be carried out in the observation tower. An observation tower that hadn't existed in a very long time. It made no sense that the tower, much less the entire structure, would return as it did once the initial part of the ritual was complete. Not that I would have believed it from the start, where I am now questioning every reality that I have known. All for naught, for the hour has grown far too late. I'm sorry for going on a tangent again. I digress. We started setting up for the completion of the ritual. I became very uneasy, but once again, a thirst for knowledge overshadowed common sense. That voice in the back of my head, that's there to protect me, was drowned out by the voice of ambition. We were quite possibly on the precipice of the greatest discovery since the beginning of time. Proof of life beyond life, spirits and alternate realities. While this was all too much for my logical mind to comprehend, it was all here waiting to be discovered. Once the final ritual began, things became dark ever so quickly. You could feel the malevolence and hatred like a hand gripping tightly to your soul. My apologies. It's found me once more. I must relocate before continuing this journal, if I'm still alive. End audio file 2. Audio file 3. The portable lights we had set up flickered and flashed before going out entirely. A cool wind gusted through the room, though no windows were open. The only illumination was a pale moonlight creeping through the tower windows, as a sense of panic filled the dark void left by silence. We awaited response to now completed ritual, like statues in the dark. After what felt like a small eternity, a sound began emanating from everywhere all at once. The sound became clearer, as if they were words being chanted over and over, words chanted in language I did not know. Yusi Arakai Koto. Yusi Arakai Koto. Yusi Arakai Koto. We witnessed a shape form out of the surface of a nearby wall. It slowly became the shape of a person reaching out towards us. One of my colleagues, Joshua, was seized by the featureless shape as its hand took a firm grip on Joshua's throat. Realizing that Joshua was being strangled, we rushed to his side. His body burst into flames before the nearest of us could reach him. We worked feverishly to extinguish the flames, only to be left with the stench of a burnt corpse. Panic escalated from a feeling to an action as every person in the room fled down the 7th floor. We ran to the stairwell in an attempt to retreat. We got as far as the landing below the 5th floor when a curtain of fire rose up around a student named Stephen, enveloping him in flames. Unlike Joshua, who had his one pipe crushed, Joshua, who died without screams and asphyxiated before the fire could finish him, this young man was not so lucky. If there is an afterlife, I believe Stephen's screams will follow me there. Unable to reach him before collapse, we retreated to the 5th floor. The chanting was relentless as we hastily navigated the halls in search of another exit. Apparitions appeared and disappeared in the hallways, shredding any sense of sanity that may have been left. With only the animal instinct remaining, withdrew through the stairwell, nearly trampling each other in the process. We made it as far as the 2nd floor landing, when multiple shapes began forming and stretching out of the walls. One of my students pushed another into one of those shapes in an attempt to save himself. Unfortunately for him, he missed the shape right behind him and backed right into it. My remaining junior colleague Thomas tried to skirt around them and went rolling down the stairs right into another, a shape which had formed on the landing below. The stairwell, my God, it's back already, and it hasn't even been an hour yet. It's starting to catch up with me quicker now. If I'll make it, I'll add more to the journal. If not, then I hope you at least get something out of this. End audio file 3. Audio file 4. Okay, I'm sorry. Just give me a second. Okay, I was in the stairwell. Stairwell quickly filled with smoke as my colleague and the 2 students burst into flames. My 2 remaining students vaulted the railing down to the 1st floor. The screaming began almost immediately, followed by more smoke. There were flames everywhere in that stairwell, and so I retreated to the 2nd floor, picked up a chair and smashed a window, and then climbed out. Looking behind me, I saw a shape stretching its way out of a wall. Its head turned towards me, and I knew I was out of options. I closed my eyes and jumped. The pain radiated through my legs and up my spine. I crawled at first, unable to stand. Eventually, the sense of urgency generated enough adrenaline to motivate me back to a standing position. Walking still came with great difficulty, but I managed something close to a normal pace by the time I reached the car. I looked back at the cliff house to see it entirely engulfed in flames. I climbed inside the vehicle, and after sending the key home, I sparked the engine. When I looked up again, Cliff House had returned to its normal present-day structure, sans flames. I knew that contacting the authorities would avail me nothing more than a padded room, so I just ran. While I made it back to the hotel we had booked for the trip, I secured my bag from the vehicle and proceeded to the room. My clothes were pre-meated by the scent of scorched flames, so I began removing them promptly. My stomach took it upon itself to evacuate whatever contents it held within. I remained in the shower until the hot water ran cold. I staggered towards the bed only to collapse halfway there. I awoke some hours later with the feeling of being watched. That's when I heard the sound of the wallpaper ripping. Although extremely disoriented, I grabbed my duffel bag and exited my room as naked as the day I was born. I took no notice of anyone who may have seen me. I quickly limped my way back to my car. Speeding out of the parking lot, I checked the rearview mirror, relieved to find nothing more than an empty street. I stopped 3 miles down the road and retrieved some clothes from my duffel. Having finished the task of dressing myself, I pulled the laptop from the bag and powered it up. I stared at the screen for some time, not knowing who I could contact or what I meant to do. That's when I came up with a plan to send a warning to the world by posting our experience, our demise. It's coming again. Been only 15 minutes this time. Coming faster and faster now. Won't be long before I simply can't escape. So tired. I think this is an end for me. Please take this seriously. This isn't legend or myth. This isn't fantasy. This is a serious warning. There are things out there that cannot be defined by science or logic or even common sense. Some of them can hurt you. Some of them can kill you. The land on which the Cliff House resides is tainted. There is a malevolent spirit there means you harm. If you come across some sort of ancient ritual, don't try it. If you hear rumors or read stories that a potentially dangerous, possibly paranormal threat exists somewhere, do not dismiss it so easily. I learned too late. All that is left for me now is to escape one last time so I can find a place with Wi-Fi and post this. God, please let me make it. End audio file 4. That was the final entry. We retrieved the laptop while investigating a burnt corpse that had been reported outside a Starbucks. Again, if anyone has any information, please come forward. My partner left to investigate Cliff House this morning. I haven't heard from him since. I'm going to take a look for myself. This is Detective Hector Gutierrez, signing off. Hi everyone, it's Curious Raven. We are on day 10 of October Spook. I am so excited. I'm at Halloween's and what? I'm gonna dress up as a witch, but like one of those celestial witches kind of thing. Okay, well, we have a story author Michael Kelso, and this story is Kids Pull Some Halloween Pranks and Get Their Just Desserts. Gather around, kiddies, and I'll tell you a tale of an old woman, just a smidgen younger than me, the old crone said, rocking slowly in her chair. This woman lived all alone in a large house on a hill. Most people were terrified, never visited. But it wasn't the woman that frightened them, it was the house. Being an old mansion, it had an ominous look to it. The woman was unable to keep up with repairs, which made it look more decrepit and frightening. But it wasn't always that way. As is usually the case with such stories, its beginnings are rooted in the past. There once was a handsome young man who fancied himself a magician. He had a solid, if unspectacular, routine and made a decent living, entertaining parties and small groups. Then he met her. The moment he saw her, she took his breath away, quite literally. It was back in the 30s when cobblestone streets and horse-drawn carriages were on the way out, and automobiles and concrete roads were on the way in. He was crossing the street, lost in thought, as he frequently was, when he stepped in front of her horse and buggy. The impact knocked him to the ground and took the wind out of him. When he came to, she was hovering over him with a haze about her that made her seem more alluring than any woman he had ever met. She profusely apologized and offered to take him to the hospital, but he would have none of it. Instead, he requested that she accompany him to dinner that night. Blushing, she said yes, and so began a whirlwind courtship that ended in marriage. They were wonderful together. She started doing shows as his assistant, and his popularity rose. She gave him the confidence to try better and more exciting tricks, and he grew even more popular. As his confidence grew, he moved on to tricks that were mind-boggling, that carried fatal risk, and soon he was filling theaters nightly. She never left his side, and they shared the applause together every night. They were making money hand over fist, but they were very frugal about spending it. Even so, she noticed large sums of money disappearing here and there from their bank account. Once she questioned him about it, he became nervous and told her not to fret. Even still, it bothered her, so she asked one of her sisters to look into it. After a week, her sister called on her and told her things were just fine, and she would enjoy what was coming. Instead of feeling comforted, she became suspicious of her sister. It was their 3rd wedding anniversary, and he drove her to the outskirts of town. The street they were driving on came to a sudden end, as if the men making it just up and vanished. He parked the car and got out, walked over to her side and opened the door for her. "Come on, my love," he said, offering his hand. She got out and looked around. but there was nothing but empty fields. "This way," he said, pointing to a certain spot. The evening fog was creeping up on them. As he donned his hat and cape, he pulled out his wand and did the nothing up my sleeve routine. She was less than amused, in fact. She was downright annoyed. Then he turned towards the field and began waving his wand in circles. A sudden storm began to blow. The wind whipped her hair and took his hat, but he kept on waving his wand. "My love," she said, nearly screaming over the din. "Perhaps it would be safer in the car." He pretended not to hear her and carried on. Suddenly a lightning bolt struck 100 feet away from where they stood. The impact knocked them both on the ground. As quickly as the storm had begun, it ended. He brushed himself off and helped her up. "What was that all about?" she asked. "Look," he said, pointing where the lightning had struck. The empty field now held a house. However, calling it a house barely did it justice. It was huge, a borderline mansion. There were 3 stories above ground. It was built in Gothic Victorian styles. "Exactly I always pictured it," she said, hugging him as her annoyance melted away. "Thank you." The next few years were a bit of a roller coaster. He didn't tell her everything about the house. Like every great lady, she had her mysteries to be found, he told her. Trapdoors and hidden passageways were just the beginning. It was like living a wonderful adventure. The fame and fortune continued to rise. All that was missing was an heir. She had always loved children. She volunteered reading at the library every week, and they gave very generously to the children's charities. She had wanted to have several of her own, but alas, it was not to be. The doctor had tried to tell her as gently as possible that she couldn't bear children, but she was no less devastated. She fell into a deep depression, and he canceled several shows to be with her, but she was inconsolable. He came to her one night. "My love, I have to go back to work," he said. "Please don't," she replied. "Can't you take a leave?" "I already have. Any more I won't have an audience to return to." "I don't want you to go," she pleaded. "It'll be fine," he said, softly stroking her hair. "I'll be back soon." "You can't do it without me," she said quietly, with tears streaming down her cheeks. It was merely a statement of fact, and a desperate plea. He took it as an accusation and quietly left the house. She never saw him alive again. The next day, the headlines in the newspapers told of a tragic accident. A popular magician had perished when a dangerous trick had gone wrong. The news devastated her even more. She plummeted past depression, past melancholy, into a near comatose state. Her sisters came and nursed her back to health, but it took nearly a year, and she emerged a different person. The house became everything to her. She cared for it as if she would a child. Years wore on, and apathy began to creep in. Fame and fortune quickly dissipated like the vapor that they are. She became more and more defensive of the house, even while allowing it to fall into disrepair. She barely went outside anymore, leaving the weeds and bushes in a life-or-death struggle for territory. Years became decades. The famous musician and his wife were forgotten. The house became legend. It was something to be feared and avoided by all, but the most daring and foolish. Halloween was the perfect time for both. The lone tree in the front yard was nearly as tall as the house itself, and like the house, it had a look that sent chills down most people's spines. Its limbs curled in the most unusual ways. Sometimes, if you caught it at just the right time, it seemed to move even though the air was completely still. I've known this woman for a long time. She could be called many things: quirky, eccentric, even strange, but not evil. The house kept people away, isolating her from society. Strange things happen to people who are isolated. They begin to see the world in a different light. The things they have around them become much more precious to them. Anything that happens in those things becomes a much greater injustice in their eyes. This old woman had been satisfied to live alone with her memories. Live and let live had been her motto for years, but like everyone else, she had her breaking point. It became a tradition around Halloween. This woman's house would become a target for eggings, cornings, even a brave soul or two would get close enough to do the doggy-do fire bag routine. These all annoyed this old woman, but not as much as the toilet paper in the tree. Rolls and rolls of it. At one point, she considered investing in Charmin stock just before Halloween. Every night, the onslaught of garbage began just after dark, and usually ended around midnight. Every morning, the house looked mysteriously untouched. It was like some giant vacuum cleaner had come along and sucked up all the mess. Some of the neighborhood boys had become frustrated as well that their evening work could not be appreciated in the morning. Johnny, Chris, and their friends had personally egged, corned, and TP'd the house 5 times in the same week, with Johnny doing the doggy-do bag himself. Every morning when they walked past the house on the way to middle school, Johnny would be furious to see it clean again. "She must come out and clean it up," Johnny said. "I just don't know how she does it all in one night. Especially the toilet paper. It must be 30 feet to the top of that tree." "Maybe she uses a ladder," Chris said. "I don't know, but I've got to find out," Johnny said. "Tonight, we'll all meet near the old lady's house around midnight, and we'll find out her secret." That night, all 5 of them met around 11:45. It was a cool October night. The dry leaves raced around the yard playing a furious game of tag at the whim of the wind. The house had been hit hard. Eggs covered the windows, corn littered the porch, and the tree was white with toilet paper, so much TP that it looked like an early snow. The boys found a spot out of sight in the bushes where they could see the front porch, pulled their jackets close around them, and waited, with boredom as their only companion. Their resolve started to wane when storm clouds rolled up. They were about to give up when the old woman walked out onto her porch. Looking at her, Johnny was somewhat surprised. She didn't look the way he thought she would. Yes, you could tell she was old, especially in the face. But she wasn't bent over, didn't have a long nose with a wart on the end. She was wearing a light jacket instead of a shawl, and none of the stereotypes Johnny had expected. "I guess I thought she'd look like a witch from the movies." The boys all tried to stay out of sight. They watched as she surveyed the carnage and slowly shook her head. The tree started moving and creaking, making noises the boys had never heard a tree make. The old woman looked at the tree, then turned and looked straight at the bushes they were hiding behind. There was a blinding flash, then darkness. Johnny's last thought was that? What's that in her hand? Johnny woke with a start. He thought he felt the vibration of thunder. He rolled over to see if it was raining yet. The ground felt strange. It was smooth with a soft texture to it. The darkness was so complete that he couldn't see anything. No moon, no stars, no streetlights, nothing. He couldn't hear anything either, or feel the wind blowing. It was like being covered by a heavy blanket. He tried to stand, but couldn't get his balance in the dark. He tried again and started shuffling forward, nearly falling over what felt like a log. He carefully stepped over it, only to run into something solid. He ran his hands along the smooth surface, trying to figure out what it was. One thing Johnny knew, this thing was big, much bigger than him. He shuffled along the object until he felt a depression. He felt around and came across something familiar. It was a small and round and fit in his hand. A doorknob? He wondered who had put a door out by the bushes. He tried to turn it, but nothing happened. He felt around some more and came across a light switch. He flicked it on and was momentarily blinded while his eyes adjusted. When he could see again, he couldn't believe what he saw. He was in a large bedroom. Chris and his other friends were lying on the floor, unconscious, and on the bed were several dolls. He tried to wake his friends, but they were sleeping too deeply. There were 2 other doors in the room, but they both led to closets. As he was exploring the room, Johnny noticed a green glow coming from outside. He went to the window and looked out, but he didn't see the light. The night was cloudy, and storm clouds were brewing. He could see the tree in the front yard. He tried to think how they had gotten into the bedroom and how long they had been there. He went back to the first door he had tried and jimmied it open with his Swiss Army knife. The door clicked open and creaked just a little bit. He winced at the sound. Then he stepped into the hallway and clicked the door shut again. The hallway was long and several other doors leading off of it. There was a beautiful rug that ran the length of the hallway. It was decorated with patterns of red and gold. At first it looked pristine and beautiful, but after a second look, he saw the colors were faded with stains here and there and frayed edges. He tried the next door, and he was surprised that it opened. He peeked inside, but the room was pitch black, and Johnny debated if he should risk turning on the light. As is so often the case, curiosity overwhelms common sense. Johnny flipped on the light switch and found himself in a room that looked nearly identical to the room he had just escaped from. As he looked around, something caught his eyes. The dolls on the bed were similar to the ones in the other room. The only difference was their clothes. They looked like outcasts from the 70s. The striped t-shirt, the boot-cut pants, and shaggy hairdos. Something else bothered him about the dolls. It was the eyes. They were just too real. He picked one up and it was heavier than he expected. He stood mesmerized, staring into the doll's eyes. A boom of thunder startled him, so much that he quickly turned to see what it was. When he did, the doll dropped out of his hands and hit the corner of the bedstand. Johnny quickly put the doll back on the bed and left the room, never seeing the small spot of red on the doll's back where it had hit the bedstand. Johnny backed into the hallway as quickly as possible. When the house exploded with a sound of light, Johnny fell to the floor and crapped his pants. He covered his eyes and waited for his doom. The house became still again as he opened his eyes and peeked between his fingers. He was still alive. He had not been magically transported to hell or blown into tiny pieces. Once again, there was a blinding flash. This time, the thunder rolled a few seconds later, making the house tremble. Realizing what had happened, Johnny cursed himself for being so jittery. He searched through the rooms looking for a clean pair of pants. He found something that he thought would fit, then got cleaned up in the bathroom. Looking at himself in the bathroom's full-length mirror, he shook his head. The top looked fine, a leather jacket over a metallic t-shirt. The boots were okay too, wearing tan work boots. In between was the problem. He had found a pair of white pants that were quite long enough to reach his knees and had frilly cuffs. Having no pockets in these pants, he transferred everything from his jeans to his jacket. He crept down the large circular staircase, taking notice of the huge chandelier. It must have been breathtaking 50 years ago. Now it was just a sad shadow of its former self. The once shiny brass was now tarnished. Out of the hundreds of lights that used to shine brightly, lighting upstairs and down, only three bulbs were now lit. The weak light and cobwebs that had encompassed it created a sense of gloom. Lightning flashed again. casting strange shadows over the hallway. Johnny reached the bottom of the staircase and heard footsteps approaching. He froze. Scanning the hallway, he saw no hiding places. He ran to the front door and found it locked. He turned and saw a giant grizzly bear lunging at him. Startled, he took a step back. Then he realized it was stuffed. It stood 8 feet tall, with teeth exposed and claws outstretched, as if it were attacking. With no place else to go, he tried to move the bear, but it was too heavy. The footsteps got closer. In desperation, he dove between the bear's legs and shimmied up behind it. This bear must have been here forever, Johnny thought, looking around at the cobwebs that he had ripped down to make room for his hiding place. Johnny felt exposed as the old woman walked down the hallway straight towards him. She was carrying a large tray with several bowls on it. She turned and started up the stairs, balancing the tray with ease. Just before she mounted the first step, Johnny swore he saw her look straight at him and give the slightest of grins. Chris woke up for the rest. He looked around but didn't see Johnny anywhere. Just then the old woman entered the bedroom carrying the tray. She seemed surprised to see Chris awake. "Are you feeling better, young man?" she said in a voice that sounded much softer and melodious than Chris expected. "What did you do to us?" Chris demanded. "Me? Not much, but save your life." Chris rubbed his eyes, making sure he was fully awake. "What are you talking about?" "A bolt of lightning hit the bushes you boys were hiding behind. It knocked me down. It was that close. When I was able to get up, I came over to check on you boys. The others were merely unconscious, but you weren't breathing. I had to give you mouth to mouth." Chris looked at the wrinkled face and imagined her old wrinkled lip pressed against his. He suppressed a shudder. "I guess I should thank you," he said hesitantly. "You're very welcome, young man," she said, smiling, revealing several rotting and missing teeth. "It was my pleasure." She winked at Chris as he fought back a sudden wave of nausea. The other boys began to stir. They got up and began asking the same questions Chris had. She patiently answered them all as Chris looked out the window. It was still dark, with no trace of morning twilight at all. Chris thought it couldn't be more than 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Then a revelation slapped him across the face. The yard was clean. There was nothing in the trees, nothing on the porch. No eggs, no corn, no teepee anywhere. Something's wrong. There's no way she could have cleaned up that fast. She suddenly looked at him, as though peering straight into his mind and reading his thoughts. "What's the matter, Sonny?" she said with a smile. "You look like you just seen a ghost." "How did I clean up so fast?" she said, finishing his sentence. "That's easy. I didn't. You boys have been unconscious for nearly a day now." "That's not possible," Chris said slowly. "Young man, I would believe you may be in shock. Why don't you sit down?" Chris sat in a comfortable chair that he didn't remember seeing before. He tried to run through the facts in his head, but his thoughts seemed fuzzy and he couldn't focus. "I brought you boys some stew. I knew you hadn't eaten in a while and I thought you might be hungry." She handed them each a warm bowl and a spoon. None of them realized how hungry they were until they smelled the wonderful aroma coming from the bowls. They hungrily dove into the delicious white gravy and morsels in the bowls. They finished their meals and asked for more, which she graciously provided. Chris was starting to feel a tug at his conscience. She's not so bad. Maybe we're wrong to pick on her so much. Maybe we should skip tradition next Halloween. The old woman dished out 4 more bowls of stew, which the boys devoured. "This is delicious," Chris said. "What is in it?" "Well, it's sort of a Halloween tradition in this house," she started. I fill a kettle halfway up with water and some spices, then put in the made ingredients: corn, eggs, toilet paper, and whatever else I find laying around the porch. She smiled at Chris. The boys each turned a different shade of green and vomited. "Isn't this fun?" she said with a maniacal grin. "We should do this every year. Next, let's play a game." "A game?" Chris spat. "Yes, the game is called Guess What I'm Going to Do Next," she said, pulling a wand out of her pocket. Chris's eyes grew wide as he realized he had seen that wand in her hand right before the lightning had struck. They froze in horror as a green glow emanated from the wand, shrinking their bodies smaller and smaller. An instant later, 4 new dolls appeared on the bed. They were dressed exactly the same as the boys had been, and had the same look of confusion and panic in their eyes. She looked at the dolls and smiled. "Happy Halloween, boys." After she had disappeared up the stairs, Johnny wiggled back out of his hiding place. While brushing himself off, he noticed several spiders had been crawling on him. Having quite a spider phobia, Johnny did a comical little dance while trying to rip his jacket off. Spiders fell to the floor, left and right, while he brushed himself off. Every spider that fell, Johnny crushed with his boot. When he was satisfied that none were left on him, he bent down to see the kind of spiders they were. They were black with thin legs. On the large, round body of each spider was what looked like a red hourglass. Johnny panicked and ran, leaving his coat behind. At the end of the hallway, he stopped and stared at the 3 doors facing him. Before he decided which door to take, the decision was taken out of his hands. The wonderful aroma of food reached out from behind the door to the left and pulled him in. He found himself in a large kitchen, with an open fireplace in the middle of it. Something was cooking inside the large hanging pot. He looked in at a creamy white gravy bubbling with dumplings in it. He poured himself a bowl and began eating. After the first bite, he was straight to devouring. It tasted so good. He looked around while he was eating and saw a cookbook sitting open. It was handwritten, and the recipe it was on it said, "Halloween Revenge." That's a strange name for a recipe. Then he began to read the ingredients, his eyes getting wider with each sentence. When he was done, he forced himself to vomit. Remembering the tray of soup bowls, Johnny ran upstairs. Johnny burst through the bedroom door just in time to see a green light envelop his friends. He watched in horror as they shrunk smaller and smaller until they were just dolls lying on the floor. "No!" he screamed. The old woman whipped around to face him. "Why are you wearing my underpants?" she said. I had an accident," he said. They looked at each other awkwardly. She pointed her wand at him and smiled. Before he could say or do anything, he was enveloped in green light. She magically tied him to the chair. "You must be the leader," she said. He couldn't move or speak. "The one who couldn't just prank and run," she said, circling him. "Why wouldn't you just leave me alone?" she growled. Just looked as though she was on the borderline between uncontrollable rage and bursting into tears. She saw his eyes looking at the dolls. "Which one of these was your best friend?" She hovered her wand over each of the dolls, stopping at Chris. "Let's go with this one." She laid the doll on the bed where he could see it, then produced a wicked-looking knife. "These dolls are quite unique," she said. "The person trapped inside can see." She waved the knife in front of the doll's eyes. "Here." She tapped the knife against the doll's ear. and feel everything. She smiled a wicked smile at Johnny, then plunged the knife into the doll's chest, causing his clothes to rapidly turn red. The thing about it is, even though they can feel everything, they are helpless to react. Can you even imagine how that feels? She knew he knew exactly how that felt. He also was trapped inside his own body, unable to move. All he could do was watch and listen. "Oh, I'll bet that hurt," she said as she cut the doll's right arm off. "By the way, that's his real blood." Johnny was beyond enraged as he watched the blood flow out of the doll's body. He imagined himself holding the knife and doing it to her, all the things she had done and more. As if she could sense his rage, it fueled her into mania. She wildly slashed, stabbed, and tore at every doll in the room. Blood splattered everywhere as she rampaged on and on. Finally exhausted, she stopped and stood in the middle of the room, breathing hard and covered in blood. She smiled as she surveyed the carnage. "Mother always told us if we didn't take care of our toys, someday we wouldn't have them," said a voice behind her. "I guess you didn't heed that warning." The old lady whipped around impossibly fast. "You startled me, sister," she said. The visitor looked at what remained of the dolls. "I see you've added to your collection. More rowdy kids. I don't expect they'll be missed." "Like our sister wasn't missed," the visitor said. "I told you before, she shouldn't have interfered. And you shouldn't have turned on her." "I take care of her," the old woman raged. "These young punks keep throwing toilet paper at her. If you hadn't turned her into a tree, she wouldn't be here for them to throw at." "So what's your point? That this is completely my fault?" "I can't allow you to keep doing this," the visitor said. "It makes more work for me to cover it up. These kids had to be punished. There are other forms of punishment." The old lady eyed her suspiciously. "Why are you here?" The visitor sighed. "To punish you." The old lady's wand came up in a flash, but the visitor was prepared. The bright orange light flashed out of her own wand before the old lady could aim hers. Her scream slowly diminished as her body dissolved in an orange glow. Outside in the yard, a new tree grew taller by the second. When it finally stopped, it was fully grown, almost an identical match to the other tree already in the yard. "I'm sorry, sister," the visitor said sadly. The woman came back inside, picked up her sister's wand, and released Johnny. "I'm sorry for your loss," she said. Johnny looked like he wanted to beat the hell out of her, but seeing the wand in her hand made him think twice. "My loss," he said. "You mean your psychotic sister murdering my friends?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "Don't pretend to be blameless in this, boy. It was you and the others like you who pushed her to her madness." "Would you compare toilet paper to blood?" he said, pointing at the dismembered dolls. She sighed and bowed her head. "Come with me," she said. He looked at her with equal parts anger and fear. "I want to show you what I go through to protect you people every time this happens," she said. Walking out of the room, he hesitated, then followed out of curiosity. "What did you mean, every time this happens?" he asked. She pretended not to hear him as she unlocked the front door. They walked straight to Chris's house. Johnny swallowed hard. "Are we here to tell Chris's parents what happened?" he asked. "Something like that." She pointed her wand at the lock, which glowed orange, and they walked in. Chris's parents were sitting on the couch when she zapped them. As they sat wide-eyed, glowing orange, she began mumbling. "What are you doing?" Johnny asked. "I'm telling them they never had a son named Chris." "What?" "It's the only way." Before he could protest, she walked up the stairs to Chris's room and pointed her wand at it. It started to shake and then folded in on itself like a cardboard box. Everything inside simply ceased to exist. The door disappeared as well. The wall simply smoothed over the opening, and Chris Connors was no more. Johnny was devastated. Back downstairs, she made one final statement to the parents. The old house on the hill, fear it, avoid it, have nothing to do with it. Then they glowed orange one last time, implanting the thought in their subconscious. When she felt the thought had taken root, she turned and left. Wait a minute, he said, following her. That's it? You just walk in and tell them they never had a son? Would you rather just murder them and put the gun in your hand? Said with a cool detachment, as if he had just asked if he preferred coffee or tea. No, I suppose not, he said, as she turned and continued up the street. Johnny was too upset to do anything but follow her. As they walked away, he glanced at the house. He could see where Chris's room should have been. It looked like it had just been cut out with a giant knife. The siding over it looked perfect, as if the room never existed. But in Johnny's mind, the house just looked wrong. As they walked, he noticed several other houses that had the same look, like something was just off. They repeated the whole process 3 more times before walking back to Johnny's house. Even though they must have walked for hours, Johnny didn't feel tired. It didn't seem to be getting any closer to daylight either. They stopped right in front of his house. So now we come to the point where I have to make a choice, she said. What choice? He said, not liking the sound of this. Do I do to you what my sister did to Chris, your friends, and hundreds of other children over the years, or do I simply erase your memory and let you scamper away? All during the evening, Johnny had been holding the line between fear and rage. When she made this statement, the rage melted away like butter in the microwave. I've always been good at scampering, he said. She pointed her wand at him and smiled. Johnny walked past the living room on his way to bed. He was exhausted, but not sure why. Where have you been? His mom said. It's almost 1 a.m. I've been... He trailed off, trying to remember. You were out corning again, weren't you? She asked. You're going to get arrested one of these days. No, I didn't go corning, he said. I hate doing that crap. He had made the statement to her many times over the years. This time it was actually true. So what do you think of my stories, kiddies? The old woman said. Did you like it? 5 boys, ages 10 to 12, stared at her with blank faces. The oldest boy quietly said, We're sorry about the toilet paper. Think nothing of it, she smiled. It's Halloween and boys will be boys. She turned and reached behind her. Have some stew? It's a recipe I got from my sister. It looked at the bowl of white gravy with corn and other chunks floating in it, then ran out the door screaming. She walked into the front yard, leaned against one of the trees, and said, You see, sister, other forms of punishment. As if to answer, the tree creaked and groaned.